adventurous enough. You could have reached Kampala. We didn't monitor anybody, but Uganda is free from beginning to the end, and people are free to enjoy themselves through and through. By the time we ended our meeting yesterday, I could see fire had got into people's bellies, and the arguments had become extremely interesting. And that's part of the objectives of this meeting. To see people interrogate subjects, to see people getting annoyed about issues. And Franz Fanon, in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, says, annoyance, shame, is a revolutionary sentiment. So I was quietly seated somewhere, and I was enjoying every part of my being here. I could see tempers flaring into the sky. And I said, I think it's good to have some kind of controversy. Controversy is not a bad thing. It is good in that it starts debate. It makes people wake up and question what is happening around them. I think sometimes we live in our comfort zones, and until something stirs us up, then we say, wow, we are dead. It happened in front of our eyes. We saw it coming. What did you do? Now that we didn't do then, we must do now. Somebody wrote, I think it's Norman Cousins, he wrote and said, victims recite problems. Leaders recite solutions. By the time we ended, I could see leaders had come up to debate and propose solutions going forward. And to me, that was extremely important for us. I can now say, viva. Oh, viva, viva. So we want to begin our meeting this morning, and I want to thank Right Honorable Padu, Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana, who steered the whole of the afternoon session. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. We appreciate, and we give you kudos. But also yesterday, before the recap person comes in, we got a clear understanding of what the problem is and where it started. Ladies and gentlemen, we defined the problem. And today we are going into the nitty-gritty of the solutions to the problem. What's that we are going to do? And the Chinese saying of the best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The next best time is today. So if we didn't react then, we must react now. We must leave Entebbe with a roadmap of what we are going to do, and the legal minds gave us the options. The options are there, and can we clap for the Honorable Leader of Delegation from Zambia. Thank you very much. You did a beautiful job. And the councils around him also did a good job. I started by saying that I believe that you have enjoyed your stay so far, and I want to say that what you have seen so far is a tip of the iceberg. Sir Winston Churchill christened Uganda in 1907 the Pearl of Africa. Yesterday, a number of names were coming up, including the one from Honorable Bahati, who christened Uganda the Heart of Africa. And I had a quarrel with the Honorable member from Malawi. He said, no, Malawi is the heart of Africa. Today, I met somebody and said, no, this is the heart, the pearl, and the beauty of the world. I said, wow. By the time we leave, we should be having many names about Uganda. But the present one is the pearl, the heart, and the beauty of the world, and the topmost tourist destination, greened by the Almighty God, nurtured and nurtured by Jesus Christ, and hovered over by the Holy Spirit. May you enjoy your stay here, and we promise, and I'm saying this on behalf of the chairperson of the conference, we promise to continue making your life comfortable, and if there's anything making you uncomfortable, please let us know. The protocol teams are around the corner. Let them know, and we shall do everything possible, including for some of you who need a visa to stay, including ensuring that you can stay as long as you want to stay until you want to go. Pick your bags and come back to the Pearl of Africa. I want to thank you, and I want to wish you God's blessings. And can I request anybody who has been touched by the Holy Spirit to come and give us a word of prayer for this second day? Anybody not from Uganda? Yes, please come. Come and give us a word of prayer. That lady has been touched by the Holy Spirit, and whatever she says should go down well with all of us. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. My name is Anyurenda Brenda, Member of Parliament from Zambia. Shall we bow our heads and pray? Our God and our Father, we come before you this morning. We honor you and glorify you. You are such a good God. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to see this day. Others have died in their sleep, but you have woken us up. Thank you, Jehovah God, that indeed this is a day that you have made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Mighty One of Israel, we want to thank you that you allowed us to come to this place to discuss our families. The Bible says it is not good for man to be alone. Therefore, I'll make for him a helper suitable. Jehovah God, we are here to discuss our families in Africa. Thank you, Jehovah God, that the institution of marriage was instituted, Almighty God, in the Garden of Eden. Any evil that is trying to come against, Almighty Father, our values, our culture, our beliefs, Almighty God, we come against it in the name of Jesus. Father, we just want to thank you that as we have come together, you have poured a special anointing upon us. And we are going to speak one language. And together, Almighty God, we are going to build Africa. Thank you for the many blessings that you have endowed in our different countries. Thank you, Jehovah God, that every country represented in this meeting, Almighty God, shall remain blessed. Thank you, Jehovah God, that we shall not lack any good thing because you love us. Thank you, Jehovah God, that even as we continue the meeting, you shall be with us, Almighty God. You continue to bless us. Bless the organizers, Almighty Father. Bless the people who are still traveling and those who are still coming to this meeting. We appreciate you because without you, we can do nothing. Holy Spirit, we continue to call upon you and say, continue to do your work, Almighty God. Quicken our thoughts, Almighty Father, that whatever we shall speak in this place, Almighty God, shall come to pass. We refuse, Almighty God, to labor in vain, and we say, Almighty God, look upon Africa with favor. We worship you this morning as we adore you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen and amen.
Been touched by the Holy Spirit, and that's a powerful prayer. And normally in the church I go to, now I'll start picking money for you to contribute towards strengthening the movement towards fighting recolonization of Africa through the values and norms. May I request the people on the panel, before I invite the Honorable Sarah Pendi to introduce the chair. I would like to see the chair taking position. Honorable Dr. Rurume Baiga, who the chair is going to introduce, and all the panelists. And as they take position, can I invite the rapporteur to give us a recap of what transpired yesterday? And thereafter, I believe that the Honorable Maiga Doctor would have taken his position. I can see him coming in majestically and elegantly. Karibu. Thank you very much. Can I request the rapporteurs to give us a recap of what transpired yesterday? Rapporteurs. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speakers and Deputy Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Honorable Sarah Pendi, the Chair of this conference. My name is Susan Katono, and I'm staff, Parliament of Uganda. I work as the Director, Legislative Services. I'm humbled to be here this morning. Good morning, honorable members. Yesterday we had opening remarks, we had various speakers, we had lots of insight into the Samoa agreement, and I have highlights of what we discussed yesterday and what we resolved. What comes out very clearly from yesterday's meeting is that there was a firm resolve against cultural colonialism. So that is like an overarching resolve that came out the whole of yesterday throughout the discussions. We resolved that we will reaffirm our family values and cultural values in accordance with our theme. So I want to congratulate you members that came out very clearly, and indeed it's in accordance with the theme. Family as the fundamental unit of society was strongly emphasized, and that it is the union of a man and a woman. In no other terms, that is what the African family consists of. Yesterday, we urged parliaments and governments and regional bodies to unite and lay strategies to avert this cultural colonialism as well as cultural slavery. A call was made that we needed an African protocol to the African Charter of Human and People's Rights on the protection of the African family and cultural values. I hope towards the end of this conference, this comes out very clearly as a clear action point for us. And the issue of maintaining African standards which are consistent with the creation order of male and women, that was very, very firm yesterday. Again, yesterday, it was agreed. Yeah. Yesterday, it came out clearly from the Honorable Heke's contribution that Africa is the last man standing on family values, and whereas some EU instruments were originally aimed at protecting the right of life and the protection of children, these have been interpreted in the most liberal way, thereby completely threatening the very foundation on which family is built. There is therefore need to reaffirm Africans' commitment to its cultural heritage, not only for our children, but also for other children in the world. We discussed the effect of poverty on African values and sovereignty. It came out clearly that poverty weakens our stand on family values and sovereignty, so we needed strategies which support the family economically. So we need to ensure that the African economies are stable, the African economies are growing, because a weak economy cannot be very independent. It was clearly brought out that we needed to fight corruption to effectively utilize our resources for the development of African economies. We need to push for industrialization, value addition, and support policies that will support skilling, technology, and mechanization of Africa. If we are in a good space, economic-wise, then we are at the same table and we are not beggars. We need to reduce on borrowing to check the high interest rates which affect our economies. We need to ensure that we have food security to avert the hunger that is prevalent in Africa, so that we cut down on the conditional aid that comes to us, and it is always tied. So it's important that in this meeting, we clearly come up with policies that strengthen the financial independence for Africa, because it relates directly to our independence, and it is weakening our stand on family values. So it's up to us as parliamentarians to ensure that natural resources are all for the citizens. So the economic condition of a family is important, and somebody said it's without prosperity, morality is threatened. So we need to advocate for industrialization of Africa. We had presentations on safeguarding the African children, and it came out clearly that Western agendas do not give cognizance to religion. Westernized Christianity has affected our forms of marriage. You heard about serial monogamy, as the bishop talked about, the divorce. You heard about the definitions of man and woman. And we have a proposal that, for example, in our marriage laws, the definition of man and woman should reflect the anatomy of a man and a woman. And we need to have intentional protective measures and strategies aimed at preserving the well-being of cultural identity and value of African children. We need to be aware of homosexuality, drugs, and alcohol abuse, as well as the subtle influences. This is the online content, the advertisements on TV, the sports content, sports betting, because the children are our future of the world and we need to guard them jealously. There was a call that Africa must be let to be, that a taboo is a taboo and it's non-negotiable in Africa. So there is need to integrate our culture in the education curriculum to instill these values among our children at a very early age. Culture is what makes us uniquely African, and we must be proud of our African culture. There was a call to advocate for policies that promote Ubuntu. We need to conceptualize our cultural values into a tool for peace and development, so that our culture, we have a tool which defines our culture, and yet it contributes to our peace and development in our countries. We need to use modern technology to preserve our cultural heritage instead of allowing it to dilute our culture. We need to engage the community and empower our communities. We heard that politics and religion have been used to perpetuate violence in Africa, and we need to guard against that. And religion has been weaponized to justify violence, and we needed to be on our guard for that. And most importantly, we discussed the Samoa Agreement and its 12 implications for the African Union. One is that it mandates African parties to form a joint policy and voting positions with the EU at the international fora, which means that we have less powers. It creates a Council of Ministers which has power to make binding legal decisions that directly impact laws and policies of 48 African countries. It creates a joint parliamentary assembly that the EU's Parliament's LGBT coalition has identified as an ideal forum for pushing the EU LGBT agenda. It makes over 100 references on human rights in light of the EU parliamentary resolution, which calls for reinforcement of the principle of non-negotiable human rights causes, but mainly so the non-discrimination against sexual orientation and gender identity. The Samoa Agreement binds 48 African countries to implement rights to abortion and comprehensive sexuality education, sexual orientation, and gender identity. If we sign it, it requires African parties to implement the controversial outcomes of the review conferences of the ICPD, which including abortion rights, prostitution rights, LGBT rights, sexual rights, all which are foreign to our African culture. The draft agreement mandates African countries to provide controversial, comprehensive sexual and reproductive health information education to African children. It provides for the right to sex to children and the right to be taught about sexual pleasure and homophobia and all the other sexual-related education, which is not like us. It makes 48 African governments, which are under the pact, accountable to the EU to implement selected African regional documents and advance the EU's sexual rights agenda. We also noted that it restricts reservation on provisions of sex health rights, which are against the cultural values, and it also restricts entering into another treaty that will go against the provisions of the agreement. It allows the EU treaty funding to bypass governments and to be allocated to EU-aligned NGOs and UN agencies directly. So it affects the national sovereignty of African governments. It makes billions of EU foreign and aid contingents on adherence to the EU values on sex, reproductive health rights, and sexuality. So it will be tied aid. And 12 is that it mandates the health rights, reproductive rights, services, and sexual education for children without any provision for parental consent. So what we discussed, the options arising out of those threats that were identified. What are the options that are available to the African parliaments, to the African governments? Whereas it was designed to be an economic partnership based on shared values, it is forcing African governments concepts of human rights that are not consistent with our cultures and our constitutions. We heard from several delegations in this room that our constitutions respect the family unit of a man and a woman. So what are the options? And these are the options that came out yesterday, that one will reassert the persistent objector principle, and we will not sign. A case in point, we heard from Ethiopia that they have said they will not ratify that agreement. The other option that came out was that we can withdraw from the agreement for those who have signed, and it was noted that South Africa had withdrawn. The third option is to push an amendment under Article 36 to amend all the offensive provisions that are inconsistent with our African instruments. The fourth is we could file reservations, and we did discuss the reservations, having in mind that already the agreement has restrictions on what reservations that can be pushed. We can explore, it was agreed that we could explore the power of numbers to formulate joint reservations. We could have unilateral declarations and statements against the agreement. We could also explore bilateral agreements to exempt the application of certain sections of the agreement. And there was a proposal that if governments do not adhere to this advice, there would be public interest litigation to be filed in the African Court of Justice against governments that ratify the agreement. So we ended with a call for a united Africa, that we're united we stand, divided we fall. Africa should collectively defeat the ratification process. Currently, the treaty needs 2/3 ratification. So if the African countries do not make the 2/3, then it will not take effect. So you could collectively agree to defeat that ratification process. It was proposed that we need to refine in our laws, national laws, we need to refine the treaty ratification process vis-a-vis the doctrine of the separation of powers, to the extent that there is substantial public consultations when it comes to treaty signing and ratification. Countries need to reject any agreement that undermines our cultural heritage in any way. As part of parliamentary oversight, the scrutiny of treaties must be intentional and effective. MPs were called upon to amplify the voices of African people through their national and regional assemblies, and this could be through their motions, which can be debated on the floor in the national parliaments, and calling upon the citizens to reject these foreign practices. Ethiopia is a case in point. MPs were called upon to blow the whistle about the threats of the agreement. Parliamentarians should sensitize their legislatures and executives about the intent of the treaty. We need to strengthen our legislative framework to reinforce issues of dignity of the family, human rights, and protection of the child. And the other parliaments were called upon to emulate Uganda. I think the other thing is Uganda, Ghana, which have enacted the anti-LGBT legislation. It was also proposed that regional parliaments should lead this campaign, given that in this room we only have 18 parliaments represented here, so we needed to have more numbers at the African level. And it is proposed further that parliaments should formulate forums like this forum to spearhead the fight against cultural imperialism and foreign acceptable principles. There was a proposal to institutionalize commemoration of the African Culture Day. I think it is in Botswana, if I'm not sure. From the Botswana contribution, all African nations should unite and build capacity building for negotiations, human rights, and support the African Union to reach a level to support African values and human rights. And in conclusion, it was proposed that we should reject development or technical support which is against the traditional practices. I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan. I now want to put it to you. Is that a clear reflection of what happened yesterday? I feel it has been comprehensive, precise, and also showing where we need to go. Does anybody have anything to add on Susan and Tim's comprehensive? I'm not talking about comprehensive sexuality education. I'm talking about the comprehensive report and reflection of what happened yesterday. I see no hand. Can we clap for the team rapporteur
my hand.
for doing a good job?
I am at the back, so you can't see my hand.
Oh, sorry.
But I want to request the rapporteurs, where you talk about corruption, please add and other illicit financial flows, because that came out clearly from the Speaker of Gambia during his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Saropendi, Chair of this conference. Is there any other hand? She's seated behind me, so I couldn't see. I apologize. Yes, there's a hand here.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I think indeed it was a comprehensive report, but I noted from the reporting there was a reference to the agreement as if it is a draft. I thought I would do on the Samoa agreement. It is no longer a draft, it is a final agreement. Thank you.
Marawi, head of delegation. Thank you. Any other hand? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngare. I want to propose that we are very specific when we talk about colonialism with the addition of the word corporate colonialism. So we identify exactly what it is that we face. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Any other? We want to exhaust everything so that people don't say, I was gargled into. I didn't contribute. I didn't say what I wanted to say. Okay. I think we all agree. I know the Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe is around this house, and she's a very good Christian. And before I invite her to make a comment, let me quote from the Bible. James 4:17 in the Bible says, "It is a sin for you to know what you ought to do and not do it." And another verse that I've forgotten, but it's in the Bible, it says, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear." Oh, Christian here, can you complete?
But of love, power, and a sound mind.
Sound mind.
Sound mind. So despite the Herculean task we see ahead of us, God has not given us a spirit of fear. We can surmount any roadblocks we see ahead of ourselves. And yes, let's believe that yes, we can. One of the famous American presidents had his campaign tagline as "Yes, we can." So it's important for us to believe that despite everything ahead of us, yes, we can. Through partnerships, through commitments, and through everything we are going to say here. I liked the following lines. Africa is the last man standing on family values. Can we say Africa is the last human being? Because when we say man, the ladies here can say we are left out. So let's say Africa is the last human being standing on family values. But also let's reaffirm the issue of poverty. Poverty weakens our stand on family values and sovereignty. And so Africa must be called upon to do everything possible that would downgrade the profile of poverty. Poverty is a bad thing. And Mahatma Gandhi wrote and said, "Poverty is the worst form of violence." Poverty is the worst form of violence. Then the other quote I liked was that without prosperity, morality is threatened. Let's put that as a tagline again, that we work towards ensuring prosperity of our people so that they are not trodden upon. Even a poor person has dignity. A taboo is a taboo and is not negotiable in Africa. A taboo is a taboo. I come from a family, a clan, a tribe, where somebody says be, it means be. Be means no. Once you find somebody from my tribe who says be, don't even tamper. He will not change. He says no. Preserve our cultural heritage. Then I liked the serial monogamy that Bishop talked about, that Africans are polygamous, but then there are others who are serial monogamists. I want to end at that, and I want to invite the Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe to come. Some of you who didn't listen to her yesterday, she's here with us, and she's going to take 3 minutes to greet you. Honorable Dr. Yes, right here. She talked yesterday at dinner, and some of you were not here. She's here to say a few words to you. Please, if we mean to clap, let's clap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to correct one thing. I didn't talk last night. Therefore, if he's giving me 3, can increase it for last night. Thank you very much. Madam Sarah, I want to honor you and thank you for having invited me to come and share a moment with you distinguished people. I was actually wondering why? But then I thought, yes, God wanted me to be here because this is a very extremely important meeting for me. And I'm feeling very passionate about it. Distinguished speakers, I think some of you are speakers or deputy speakers, and all of you children of God. They told you I'm Miriam Intembe. I don't know how many senior citizens are here in this place, but I'm one of those senior citizens who were already alive at the independence, beginning of independence of Africa. And therefore, I come here today. I want to thank the Lord so much for this meeting which you are holding. Because to me, this is a very strong meeting to me which shows that you have risen up to say, no, Africa. No, we must set ourselves free. Enough is enough. That's what I'm feeling about this meeting. Well, I used to be a member of parliament for 20 years. I used to be a minister. I used to do Constitution of Uganda, all those things. That is brief for you to know. Now, right now, for about 18 years, I'm a senior citizen still running with my passion. My passion is to fight for justice, fairness, and equality, in particular, gender equality and women's empowerment. And I want to tell you that all this nonsense of the things you are talking about, for us, we used to fight. But by then in Africa, they had not arrived. But quietly underground, you know how the devils work. Now things are there, but once they are out and you see them, then you rise up also and fight with that kind of energy. I want to thank God that we are having this meeting in Uganda here, because for sure, Uganda, yes, part of Africa. Those people who called it part of Africa so that it could influence direction. And I want to tell you that our motto here is for God and my country, which means that whatever we do should be done for our God and our country. And of course, you place Uganda in the hands of God. So I want to say that these two meetings have so far taken place here in Uganda. For me, I think it is a godly prophetic message that Uganda is certainly prepared to lead the way, and it can lead the way to set us free. And I want to thank God for that. Now, having said that, I want to say that, of course, I wanted to say that what more service can we give to God more than defending? He's the only institution which He created and gave to us to use to create other institutions. So the moment we defend the institution of the family, which is seriously being attacked by the devil to destroy the family and godly principles, then God will rise up with us. I am here really to comfort you, to strengthen you, and I am happy with the statement where they say, God did not give us the spirit of fear. Ugandans who are here will tell you that Intembe has nothing to do with fear, because I can never fear when my God is my controller, my creator, and my defender. I want to say that this thing you are dealing with, I'm sure some of you know, that evil spirit within a woman called Alice Bailey, who wrote the book, The Master Plan, with 10 points aimed at this. If you have never read that book, now that we have technology and there is Google, go and Google it. All these 10 principles, and her plan was that she died in 1948, and her plan was focusing at destroying the family, beginning with the children. And he was looking at children who were 10 years that time. So you can imagine. And she took her work in UN, all these UN conventions, treaties, and so on. When you look at them, you'll find that those fundamental 10 principles are incorporated in all that, all aimed at destroying humanity. It was the devil's work at work. Now that you Africans now, I believe this thing have challenged you and woken us up to really say, if only we can be the continent that can stand up for God. I can assure you these things of poverty, these things of Christ and all that, when we stand with God, God will stand with you. I'm here to really confirm you and comfort you. And moreover, as politicians, you know, you politicians, you look at worldly, you look at all those things, you think without them you cannot live. I'll tell you, one of the things I used to comfort you is that for me, I left politics 19 years ago. I was just away for standing for integrity. And so no package of anything, I went like that. But God has sustained me up to now. Because he said, you are my own, I will sustain you. And I want to tell you, Africa belongs to God. And Africa has a special position in God. If you read the Bible, Egypt, what, Ethiopia, all these, God gave us gold, gave us everything. We have everything really to set ourselves free. Not cry of poverty. All those countries were poor also. And some of them are robbing us and using our resources and our materials to be rich and call us rich. I have to go, but I want to refer you to few brief stories in the Bible. And I want you to take them in. One of them, of course, was the biblical children of Israel being set free from slavery to go to the promised land. And indeed, they came free. They left Egypt, didn't they? They left it, they crossed the sea, and went aboard. But all the time, their mentality, when there was any problem, oh, I wish we could go back to Egypt. Oh, I wish we could go back to Egypt. The journey, which was 11 years, it took them 40 years in the wilderness because of their slave mentality. The African countries got their so-called independence many, many years ago. Uganda is 60 years. But our slave mentality of looking at those people, oh, we are poor, we are poor. Oh, we are poor. We have all the resources, all the gold, all the minerals, everything. Why is it that we are poor? And yet they are the ones using them to be rich and treat us as nothing. So if Africans can say, look, we are God's people, what does the Bible tell us? Where was Jesus hidden? Where was he? Was it at Nairo? By the way, Uganda is very special. At Nairo, that's where Jesus was taken to be hidden for safety. I'm telling you. That's why we are center of refugees, because Jesus. And where did Israel, where was the nation Israel incubated? But in Egypt, to become a special country for God. So why don't you read these things and know that God is for us? And he says he will stand with us. You remember, we were set up for independence many years ago. Up to now, we are slaves. Because of the slave mentality, because of looking at ourselves as grasshoppers in the eyes of our enemies. If you read the scripture, the children of Israel were about to cross. They were seeing the land across there. And Moses sent all those people, 12 of them, to go and spy the land. And they found it was good, everything was good. But what did they do? 10 of them came and told a bad report. They looked at themselves as grasshoppers in the eyes of their enemies. Why do we look at ourselves as grasshoppers in the eyes of those people? EU, how many countries are in EU? And how many countries are in Africa? Why should we now go and become their slaves? Why should we? And in any case, is it we who want them so badly? Don't they need us also? So what did we put at the table to negotiate? That if I'm to do this, you also do this. We just horosero. But I want to tell you that Caleb and Joshua, that two people Caleb and Joshua gave a good report. I'm imagining that these countries who are here now, you are the Caleb and Joshua, to open the eyes of African countries and give a right to report and say we can do it. And I can assure you, those countries, like Caleb said, that country is good, we can take it, it is all right, their protection is already gone, but God is with us. African people, those people have abused God in many ways. All these things they are bringing are against God's principles. Therefore, their protection is good. Protection is with us if we stand up like Caleb and Joshua. You all know that it is only Caleb and Joshua with their minority report whom God blessed and they crossed to the promised land. So Africa, yes, I'm going. When you put Matembo in the thing, I've already told them, the last one I'm saying is this, the second story. Please rise up like Caleb and Joshua. B. The second story is Esau. You know the story of Esau and his brother Jacob. How he was a hunter and the other was a farmer. We Africans are like hunters. We don't organize. We don't do what? We exaggerate our hunger. He exaggerated his hunger. He sold and mined his birthright like we are doing with all the resources, with all the minerals. We exaggerate our poverty instead of looking into ourselves and sharing what we could. I'm going by leaving this question. I can't go in that story more. You exaggerate your hunger as Africa. We exaggerate our poverty. I want to ask, do you think Esau would have died just for not eating for that night? Would he have died? And secondly, couldn't he choose another alternative? Didn't he have a mother? Couldn't he go to the mother and say, please, give me some soup? But just for a little soup, he exchanged his birthright, which he never got. Africans, please, you the ones who are here, I want to bless you with confidence, with firmness, and know that we are not poor. Don't look at yourself as grasshoppers in the eyes of those people. We are not poor. We have our resources. We can bargain and say, these are our resources. You cannot use it. Let them go and not use them. God will help us and find a way of us using these resources.
Thank you.
We shall be saved.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Miriam Atembe. I now invite the Honorable Sarah Opendi to thank Honorable Miriam Atembe and to introduce the next chair. Thank you very much. Can we clap again?
By the delegates, you put the Honorable Miriam Atembe on the podium and she will speak for the whole day. I want to apologize. Allow me at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, what the Honorable Miriam Atembe was talking about, somebody sent me, a former member of Parliament, the Lord Macaulay's address to the British Parliament. This was on 2nd February 1835. And I want you to listen to what he said. I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we would have ever conquered this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, this was his proposal in the British Parliament, to replace the old and ancient education system, replace our cultures, for if they're greater than their own. If we do that, break the education system and the cultures, the Africans will lose their selfless esteem. They will lose their native culture, and they will become what we want them to be, truly dominated nations. This was 2nd February 1835 in the British Parliament. So we must protect our cultures. We must be careful with the kind of education system and whatever comes from those people. So it's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Lulume Baiga, a senior consultant Member of Parliament, a shadow DP President, the Democratic Party in this country joined, their president was appointed Minister of Justice in the current government. So there is a coup in the background by Dr. Lurumi. So that's why I'm calling him a shadow president, because he's not yet elected by the delegates. So that is a different story. But allow me to invite him to share this session, and he will handle and introduce the speakers. Thank you very much.
Before I sit on my chair to chair, let me stand up. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, come on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That is what they reply. My name is Dr. Baiga Michael Urume Salongo. Salongo in my language means father of twins, and it is a privilege. Because I am alone here, I can't see any other among the men. Yeah, you may even clap for a Salongo, one of the time. When you go to day 2 on your program, this is the session that we are chairing, which is session 4. And in this session, there are 2 major learning areas: examining Africa's emerging challenges to sovereignty in healthcare, and also interrogating the power relations at the World Health Assembly, where major global policy decisions in healthcare are made. In dissecting the 2 areas, our esteemed presenters will touch 2 policy instruments. One is the Pandemic Treaty, and the other is the International Health Regulations. To our presenters, our conference participants and I will want to know the following. 1, what the Pandemic Treaty is all about. Who is drafting or who drafted the Pandemic Treaty? In whose interests is the said treaty crafted? How would the Pandemic Treaty affect African sovereignty in healthcare? Our participants and I would also want to learn what the international health regulations are all about. Do the regulations in any way infringe on the sovereignty of African healthcare? How is Africa engaged in drafting the amendments or in the adoption process of the regulations? Are there any global or multinational interests at stake at the World Health Assembly? To answer those and other questions, I have 2 distinguished presenters for this job. One is Dr. Wahome Ngare, who is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist and also a founding director of the African Sovereignty Coalition. Please welcome Dr. Wahome with an applause. May I also request you to welcome Miss Shabnam Palesa Mohammed. She works with the World Council of Health. Please welcome her with an applause. Yesterday was very amazing. As the presenters were presenting and discussions were going on, I was sitting behind there and I saw everybody was holding their mobile phones. I thought they were not attentive. But when discussion time came, I saw everybody participating. So they were multitasking. But when I am when I'm presiding over, I would prefer that everybody's mobile phone rests and we pay attention to these major and most important presentations today. May God bless you all. We ask for your attention. I welcome Dr. Wahome to take the podium.
Good morning, everyone. I would suggest that you wear your shock absorbers as we go through this session. We are going to discuss some very disturbing things. Here we are. Honorable Sarah Opendi, Chair of the conference, Right Honorable Speakers of the various African parliaments, Right Honorable Assistant Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, and my session chair, Honorable Dr. Lulume. Yesterday, my brief was changed a bit to focus a little more on a wider perspective on why the World Health Organization is a threat to African sovereignty, to add COVID-19 and then international health regulations and the new pandemic treaty, and I'll approach this from a doctor's perspective. I have some certain titles that I'm very proud of. I'm not a member of parliament, but I am a child of God, COG. I am the husband of Mercy. I am the father to Ngare Nyingi and Gadhoni. I am the father-in-law to Caitlin, and I am the grandfather to Modoni and Washera. So when I come to defend the family, I'm serious. It is from the heart. Now, I'm also the chairman of the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association. Now, yesterday, there was a question about conservative or progressive thinking. You remember? I want to put it to you that we are not conservative, but we have deliberately choose to be guided by the truth. And they are not progressive, but they have deliberately chosen to reject the truth. I will share these slides, so focus on writing your questions so that we spend our time well. Overpopulation has been the story from the time I was a little child who could understand. The world was overpopulated. I believed this lie and ended up with 3 children. Now I know it is not true, unfortunately. It's a bit late. Now, all policies that have been imposed on Africa are based on this concept, and therefore they are anchored on population reduction. It has always been about population reduction. UNFPA 1968 contraceptives were introduced, ICPD in Cairo 1994, reproductive health was linked to development. The Sustainable Development Goals 2012, sexual and reproductive health and rights were linked to funding And now we have climate change. And the story again is the problem is overpopulation. Now, is Africa overpopulated? When you look at the map of Africa in the drawings that are taught to us, it looks just a little bigger than South America. But this is the true size of Africa. The purplish, brownish is the whole of the United States of America. And the red is China. The little yellow there is Japan. The orange is India. The blue is Eastern Europe. And then the other top there are Eastern Europe, European countries. Size for size placed over Africa, that is how big your continent is. And if you look at the populations of those continents, China 1.4 billion, India 1.3, Europe 700, United States maybe 300. Total population of all those countries that are sitting over Africa right now is 4.1 billion. And our population is estimated at 1.2 billion. Is Africa overpopulated? Even if you remove the Sahara Desert, Africa can feed itself. Shame on them. Now, the problem with Africa is not its growing population, that is actually an asset. The problem is not Africa's population, is greedy global corporate owners who are interested in appropriating our natural resources. Now, I'll show you a little video that's just 2 minutes. And in it, I want you to understand that war, famine, and disease are strategies of reducing population. And I have put GMO there next to famine, because if you allow somebody to own seed, then they can create hunger by denying you the seed. The biggest problem with GMO is that the seed is patented. It is owned by someone. And once you use it long enough and your natural seed has disappeared, they can withdraw their seed and kill you through hunger. Who are the experts here who can help with this?
ICT.
So, is okay. As ICT comes, let me go on so that we can save on time. It's a very short film. If we have time, I'll show you.
ICT, move a little faster. Okay, good.
Now, we go to COVID-19 and the media campaign around COVID-19. You all remember we first saw clips of people dying in the streets of China. And then the Ministry of Health projected using some modeling how many people will die because of COVID. And those numbers were terrible and frightening. Then every day the Ministry of Health would report to us across the globe how many people have died of this terrible infection and how many people have been infected. And we were told the disease is not treatable. And we were told that natural immunity cannot save us or protect us. Isolation, quarantining, and we were told not to shake hands. We were told to social distance. We were locked down and told to stay at home. We were also told that this is our new normal. But then we were promised that if only they could develop a vaccine, if only somebody could develop a vaccine, we would all be saved. Do you remember that campaign? Yes, so if you are given this kind of psychological torture for a period of 6 months, and then you're told a vaccine is available, what would you do? You would run for the vaccine, isn't it? Yes, and that was basically the idea. The media campaign was not about healthcare. It was about marketing the COVID-19 vaccines. We were headed towards vaccines like animals being led to slaughter, and soon after, vaccination was demanded before one could resume normal life, and one had to show evidence of vaccination to access services. In other words, the vaccines became mandatory through coercion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to put it to you that the end game of the whole COVID fiasco was to vaccinate everybody. The idea was to put a needle into each one of you. That was what COVID-19 was about. Then the famous PCR tests, WHO declared this as a gold standard. You could not use any other test to confirm if somebody has COVID. It was recommended that we test everyone, even those who are not sick, so that we could get more numbers to frighten people even more. Yet the PCR test detects the genetic material of the virus. It doesn't detect the living virus. It doesn't detect the virus. So what happens is that the PCR test cannot tell you whether this person is sick now or they were sick and they had recovered from the illness. All of them were counted as COVID. Is it possible that the PCR test was also picking up influenza? When we looked at the WHO influenza screening, they collect data on influenza every year. We noticed that in the year 2019, 2020, there were spikes of influenza every year. That has been the tradition. About 35 million cases of influenza were reported between 2019 and 2022. But there was not a single, there was minimal reporting of any COVID, of any influenza in 2021. This is WHO data. There was no influenza in the world between 2021 and 2022. What happened to influenza? Yet, around the same time, there were 35 million cases of COVID that were recorded. Now, vaccines, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, are a national security risk. Assume a person wanted to reduce the population of the world. This is an assumption. I am not suggesting anything. And they could create a disease that would need a vaccine and fund a media campaign in their target population carefully developed by psychologists to instill fear of the disease and expectation of their vaccine as a solution. Then they can produce an injection from taxes collected from the target population that only they know the content. Only the manufacturer knows exactly what is in this thing. And the only laboratories approved that can test the content is approved by them. That only they can test the vaccine for safety and efficacy. They can actually put poison and offer it to the population for free and have the people coming to receive it willingly and happily, isn't it? If the plan does not work the first time, they could simply create another virus and disease and repeat this cycle until they achieve their purpose. Does that sound like a plan that can work? Now, where is the truth? The virus that caused COVID-19 was created in a laboratory. Whether it was released or accidentally or deliberately is still being debated, but it is now proven that it is created through the gain-of-function experiments. And these gain-of-function experiments are done for the benefit of vaccine manufacturers. It is one of the most frightening thought and most evil thought that somebody goes and picks up viruses from various animals and actually engineers them so that they have the capacity to infect human beings, and then says he's doing this so that he can produce a vaccine just in case this virus escaped to the human population. That is what gain-of-function research is. There was cheap and effective treatment for COVID-19. I never closed my clinic during the pandemic, and I treated women who are pregnant, and I never lost a single patient for the 2-3 years that we had COVID as a pandemic. WHO said there was no treatment. Now, one cannot make a vaccine if your body cannot produce natural immunity. It is therefore a lie, a scientific lie, to say that you have a vaccine but natural immunity cannot protect you, because you cannot produce a vaccine unless the body can produce immunity towards that pathogen. Natural immunity is acquired, from acquired infection is always better and lasts longer than any immunity we can get from vaccination. Now, if you had an effective vaccine and a person is vaccinated, then they are protected. Why should they fear those who are not protected, who are not vaccinated? What is the sense? You took the vaccine and now you're protected. I have not taken the vaccine. Why are you scared of me? Why was it the unvaccinated who are being denied access, yet the vaccinated were already protected? Unfortunately, the RNA injections that we were given as COVID vaccines are not vaccines. In fact, they are gene-based artificial viruses that are designed to program somebody's cells to produce the same spike protein that was causing disease. So the same spike protein that was causing disease from COVID-19 is now being produced inside your body. That is not a vaccine. That is how the virus behaves. Now, the clinical trials for safety of the vaccines were not released until December 2023, and the vaccinations had started in 2020. None of the doctors who told you the vaccines are safe and effective had read the studies that Pfizer and others had done to check if these vaccines were safe or effective. Not a single one of them. That information was produced in December 2023, and it was through a court action 3 years after the vaccination process had started. And when this information was scrutinized, Pfizer already knew that the mRNA vaccines were not working from their own studies, the studies they used to have these vaccines authorized. They had told us the vaccine would stay where it is injected. Yet the studies they had demonstrated that the vaccine was distributed to all the body organs, and that they were accumulating in the liver, in the adrenal, spleen, and ovaries. That they already knew the injection was causing damage to the heart of children. In those short studies of about 1 or 2 months, already 61 people had died in the trials of stroke. And most of those strokes had occurred within days of the injection. 5 people in the trials had died from liver damage, most of them within days of the injection. The neurological disorders, cardiac events, stroke, brain bleeding in the brain, clots in the lungs, clots in the legs, were occurring in massive scales in their own studies. There was harm to the sperm count, to the testes, to sperm motility. There was harm to ovaries with menstrual irregularities. There was harm to the placenta, with 80% of the mothers who got pregnant, who were pregnant within the first 3 months of their pregnancies, losing their pregnancies. This information was known at the time of registration of the vaccines and was not known to any doctors, not even the one who told you the vaccine is safe and effective. So the question then is, was the administration of these vaccines to the world population, despite FDA knowing the damage to reproduction and death, deliberate or innocent? Could the COVID pandemic have been created and designed to facilitate the administration of an injection aimed at reducing world population through sterility and death? Now, the other thing is, do we need all the vaccines that are produced? You can produce a vaccine against any disease you think of, but do we need all of them? So at the African Sovereignty Coalition, we borrowed from the criteria of the Catholic Doctors Association in Kenya, where you ask just 4 important questions. Is the vaccine necessary? And this is guided by whether there is safe and effective treatment for the disease. If you have safe and effective treatment for the disease, you do not need a vaccine. Because in the vaccine, you're going to give everyone, even those who are not sick. But in treatment, you focus only on those who are sick. You do not threaten the life of those who are well. If it is necessary, then you check if it is safe. If it is safe, then you check if it is effective. If it is effective, then you check if it is cost effective. What is the cost of producing the vaccine to vaccinate the whole population vis-a-vis the cost of treating those who are unwell? What is the risk of vaccinating the whole population versus the risk of death from the disease? If there are other available means of preventing the disease, then you use those if the vaccine is too expensive. So let us look at another vaccine that I'm told is being rolled out here in Uganda. We've had many fights about this in Kenya. And it's called the HPV vaccine. The human papilloma vaccine is not a vaccine against cancer of the cervix. That is a lie. It is a vaccine against a sexually transmitted disease caused by a virus called human papilloma virus. Human papilloma virus is a sexually transmitted disease, and therefore virgins are not at risk. If you have not had sex, you have no risk of HPV. But when a woman is infected with HPV, 90%, over 90% of her natural immune system destroys HPV and cures her without any risk to her at all thereafter. 1 to 10% of those who are infected will develop, there is a risk that such a woman could develop cancer of the cervix. So we have 15 to 20 years to detect this woman who is at risk of having cancer. Now, a pap smear test done can detect changes that would lead to cancer 8 to 10 years before the onset of cancer, 8 to 10 years before cancer develops. So the pap smear can pick up the changes that would lead to cancer 8 to 10 years before cancer. And a very simple treatment of the cervix of the woman with persistent HPV would actually cure her and prevent any cancer. Very simple treatment of the cervix. Now, death from cancer of the cervix in the US and in Europe had been reduced to negligible levels by just introducing regular pap smear tests for all women who had involved themselves in sexual activity. A pap smear done every 3 years would save the life of any woman who has persistent HPV disease, because we would detect it 8 to 10 years and the treatment would then be very simple. Now, the HPV vaccine has very serious side effects, and some of those side effects that have been very fearful, although rare, include premature menopause in children 4 years after the injection. Now, I have put a clip here because I'll share this. There is a video that was made by women in the UK whose children had been damaged by this vaccine called Sacrificial Virgins. It used to be on YouTube. It was removed from YouTube, but we have it on Vimeo. So I'll give you the link there. And if we ask about the verdict, is HPV necessary? Absolutely not. The HPV vaccine is totally unnecessary. Then we have malaria, the biggest killer of our children in Africa. Britain was malaria-free by 1920. The US was malaria-free by 1951. In 1955, WHO started a global malaria eradication program, focusing on eradicating malaria, especially in areas like Africa. They still hadn't achieved their goal by 1969, so they reaffirmed their commitment. Again, in 2015, WHO created a global technical strategy for malaria eradication. Some of our ministers of health are there, and I think the African initiative is actually chaired by one of the African presidents. And WHO loves our children more than we do, and is therefore proposing vaccination as a solution to malaria. There was no malaria vaccine in 1920. There was none in 1951. And when Africa said it's going to use DDT to eradicate malaria like the rest of the world, we were told it is a very dangerous chemical and must not be used. Now our children are to be injected by WHO to prevent a treatable disease. Now, this paper was done by a very courageous doctor from Congo called Joram. And Joram did a study that compared one of the best treatments for medicine, the conventional medicine, a combination of artesunate and amodiquine, in the treatment of Plasmodium malaria. And he compared this with a herbal preparation developed, a tea developed from a herb called Artemisia annua and Artemisia afra that are readily available. And he found in his study that was published that the herbal teas were working just as good, if not better, than the conventional medicine. And he managed to publish a paper. But a couple of years later, the paper was retracted. It was removed from the journals. It's not because the medicine was not effective, it's that it threatened corporate interests. That Africa could eliminate malaria using herbal treatment is a big threat to medical industry. So what is the verdict on malaria vaccination? It is totally unnecessary because malaria is treatable with cheaply available, effective medicines, both conventional and herbal. Somebody mentioned GMO mosquitoes, again, completely unnecessary and a serious security risk. We do not know what they have put in these mosquitoes. We do not know what else they can transmit. Now, our beautiful WHO, which is our little god in medicine, who we must do what it says, has it ever been involved in clandestine use of vaccines? The answer is yes. This document is not very clear, so I have had to retype. It's an old document produced in 1992. So I've had to reproduce for you what it says there. This is a report of a meeting between women's health advocates and scientists to review the current status of the development of fertility regulating vaccines. 1992. WHO spent billions over a 20-year period from 1972 to 1992 to produce vaccines that would prevent pregnancy through tetanus injections. And the other players that were involved in this research include UNDP, UNFPA, the WHO, and our famous World Bank. They created a tetanus vaccine that could prevent pregnancy. And they came to Kenya, it was 2014, 2015, and they started a campaign to eradicate neonatal tetanus. The campaign was to eradicate tetanus in children. So we were told to vaccinate all our women from the age of 14 to 49, whether pregnant or not. And they were to get this vaccine every 6 months. And at that time, we were being told that Kenya was already vaccinating every pregnant woman with 2 tetanus vaccines in order to prevent neonatal tetanus in the children. And we were told that's not enough. And when the government had to order the extra vaccines to run the campaign, WHO and UNICEF changed the vaccine from the ordinary tetanus to the tetanus fertility regulating vaccine. And our women were injected with medicines that were contraceptive without their consent. And today we have a major problem of infertility. This was not only in Kenya. It also had happened in South America in 1993. It has been happening in most African countries. If you have ever run a campaign to eradicate neonatal tetanus in your country, where you are injecting women from 14 to 49 years of age, you happily participated in this campaign. And when we tested these vaccines, nobody believed us, not even our own doctors. And the government formed a combined committee of doctors from the Catholic Church and doctors from the government, and we formed a joint committee, and we tested the vials that we had received from the campaign period using a method that was determined by the government, and the test still came back positive. And our doctors still did not believe us. And they told us, go and publish that information if it is true. And so we got some friends in the US who helped us to put together this paper. It is still available today on the internet. You can Google it. It has a lot of information. We're able to publish it by God's grace. And 6 months later, WHO pressure comes, and the journal that published it wanted to retract it. And we had to threaten them with court action, and we had to respond to all the challenges that had been thrown to us by doing a second paper so that this paper is not retracted. And today it has, the last time I checked, it had over 300,000 reads, and it is still available. Now, The amendments to the international health regulations. The international health regulations are a document by WHO that then determines how WHO would take care of pandemics or in case of diseases that go beyond borders. And WHO is seeking to increase its powers so that the Director General of Health can unilaterally declare that there is now a pandemic, whether real or imagined. And the minute he pronounces that, the new regulations would allow him to take charge of the pandemic management in every country that is a signatory to WHO. It is the Director General, Tedros, who would say when you lock down, when you will ever go to work, which vaccines you'll be given, and any of those matters that are necessary in the running of a campaign, of a pandemic. Now, WHO is seeking more power, and it is telling us is so that it can manage the next pandemic better than it managed COVID-19. Now, if WHO causes so much damage with its current power, can you imagine what it would do if you actually gave it more power? Why would it want more power? My conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is WHO is no longer a health promoting body. It has become an imperialist arm of global corporate interests. The proposed amendment to the WHO International Health Regulations and the new pandemic treaty aim to give WHO the legal mandate to facilitate the creation of new pandemic using man-made viruses and mandating the use of vaccinations as a countermeasure, both designed to reduce the world population through inducing infertility, maiming, and killing. It will also give WHO the mandate to use the pandemics to establish a one world government by totally obliterating the sovereignty of member states and countries and eroding their citizens' individuals' liberties. What do I suggest as a way forward? Under Article 59 of the International Health Regulations, de facto approval is assumed for any member state that fails to reject or take reservations about the amendments. So even if you keep quiet and you do not approve the amendments and you do not put in a reservation, you shall be bound by these amendments. Now, I also suggest that African Parliament summon the respective Attorney General, Ministry of Health, Minister of Health and Minister of Foreign Affairs to give a status report to each parliament on these matters consistent with each country's constitution so that you know where your country stands as we are now. African countries write formally to WHO rejecting the amendments to the International Health Regulation and also consider exiting WHO by 2024, which is when the pandemic treaty is supposed to come to force. We would need to look for a body that is actually interested in maintaining our health. African countries collectively call for an end to the gain of function research. Africa should take a step and say it is criminal for anybody to train viruses and bacteria to attack human beings as a way of creating a vaccine just in case that virus escapes. That is witchcraft. It is not medicine. African countries should collectively treat all vaccination programs, whatever vaccination program you have, as a national security risk. If you cannot determine what is in the vaccine that is being given to your people, you may be opening a door to destroy the African population. Then Africa rejects any linking of individual health records, including vaccination records, to the digital ID that is now being forced on us. Honorable members, do not allow the government to access private health information as a means to determine who will get services or not. It is medically unethical, and it is against basic human rights. If a vaccine is effective and somebody has taken their vaccine, they need not worry about the one who is not vaccinated. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause to that presentation. Yeah.
Honorable members, these are very serious matters that are being presented. I am constrained to call for a tea break because we need to listen, although the tea is available. So I am suggesting, as we listen, you can quietly pick the tea. No. Can we wait for 30 minutes and listen to the next presenter? And then we can pick the tea, yes, afterwards. But it will be a working tea. Thank you very much.
I want to thank my audience for the attention that has been given to Dr. Wahome. And I believe deep in our hearts we are reflecting on the same. And also for postponing the idea of having tea at this moment when we are going to have another one. Please welcome my next presenter, Ms. Shabnam Palesa Muhammad from World Council of Health. IT, can you come and help us? Any IT expert, please come on.
IT team of the conference, could you kindly step forward quickly? IT team, are you there? Okay, IT from government. Can you step forward? Okay. Oh, thank you. IT.
Yes. Where do you want me to help with?
Well, while we wait for the good ICT team to join us, let me greet you. Jambo, Sanbonani, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shabnam Palesa Muhammad. I am an activist, a journalist, and a lawyer from South Africa, the country that recently took a very significant case to the International Court of Justice and elevated the status of African countries who operate from a position of justice and mercy. Let me acknowledge our dignitaries today, the chair of our conference, the chair of today's session, members of parliament, speakers, all dignitaries, and all Africans who believe wholeheartedly in this continent's future. When I travel around the world, speaking on issues of health, freedom, and sovereignty, I raise the African flag very high. I have taught them to raise the fist. And they say to me that Africa will save the world. Every country I've been to, they say Africa will save the world. Do you believe that? I'm here in my capacity today for World Council for Health. I hope we are connected here.
Just pardon us, we shall be there. We are trying to change either the computer or the extension cables.
This should be working, though, but it's not.
We can change one of the two. We can go to another computer.
Meanwhile, you can continue speaking.
We just need power. That's okay. Oh, I see.
All right, we have got now enough extension cables. We are getting there. We apologize, Mohammed. Now, this is part of technological recolonization, which we have to address as well. Let's see how we work towards indigenous technology and ensure that...
we will save the world when we figure out how to use our IT first.
Finding indigenous solutions to African problems should be part of the agenda to ensure that everything, including the area of Dr. Maiga, doctor, we have our own indigenous solutions. Issues of vaccines, we need to look into them. We are now getting a more indigenous computer, African computer, to ensure that we are able to project. We shall get there. Meanwhile, I want to propose that colleagues, you can pick a cup of tea as we fix that technology. Don't go en masse, move one by one. If you feel a little cold, pick a cup of coffee, tea, cocoa, chocolate, and everything is at your service. I know within a second or two, we should be able to be running, and we shall run very quickly. And for all the other presenters who will come after Mohammed, let's make sure that we download our presentations to a computer so that we don't lose a lot of time. So take this opportunity to pick a cup of tea, coffee, Coke, chocolate, and everything you may want to have as we fix our computers. Meanwhile, the next presenters after this are Mr. Richard Kaketo, Mr. Charles Kanjema, Senior Counsel. Please make sure we upload our presentations so that we don't lose any time. A lot of things have been emphasized, including the issues of health, economic, political, social, and religious independence. I want to announce that finally we have overcome the devil. We are there, and Palesa Mohammed, World Council of Health, is about to take us forward on international health regulations.
So shall I continue?
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, IT team. Yes, we are ready to go.
All right. So once more, thank you very much to the IT team and everyone else that assisted. But we are getting there. I have introduced myself already. What I'm going to do next is the topic, and I've acknowledged all the dignitaries. My topic is the WHO-led power grab and alternatives for health sovereignty. And I'm going to begin my presentation with a film. So I'm going to ask the IT team if you can please dim the lights. I've got a 9-minute film that we've made in South Africa called WHO's Global Power Grab. And you need to watch this film. So can the IT team please assist with the lights?
The IT team. You proceed.
All right, I'm going to go ahead. There is no sound here. There is no sound here.
Is the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is the institution granted exclusive power to guide and protect the health and wellness of humanity. The WHO is sustained by private donations, the bulk of which are made by pharmaceutical and biotech corporations who have a vested financial interest in the organization's support. Tedros Ghebreyesus is the World Health Organization's first Director General that isn't a medical doctor. The appointment to the organization's highest position was controversial, given that in his previous role as Ethiopia's health minister, Tedros was accused of covering up 3 major health epidemics.
Tedros is no stranger to controversy. As a former Minister of Health in Ethiopia, he has been accused of an alleged cover-up of 3 possible cholera epidemics.
Prior to his appointment, Tedros was a high-ranking member of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, a brutal and corrupt political group responsible for crimes against humanity, including bombings, kidnappings, tortures, and killings. How does a man with such a controversial past score the top position at the world's most influential health organization?
I have known Bill and Melinda for many, many years now. We will have many body bags in front of us if we don't behave.
If one analyses how the WHO is funded, one sees that organisations like the Gates Foundation are significant supporters, and so he who pays the piper calls the tune. I think that's a good starting point in looking at these things.
Without our consent, in May 2024, the World Health Organization, via member state delegates, will exercise a power grab over our health, freedom, and sovereignty.
This is 3 months from now, at the next World Health Assembly by WHO's 194 member states. This process takes place behind closed doors and at a tremendous speed. It is not reported nor discussed in our newspapers, in our national parliaments, in universities, nor in society.
There's going to be a very important vote, and Uganda, being a member of the World Health Organization, is supposed to be informed prior, before this vote. But as far as I know, none of this has been brought to the attention of Parliament yet, and yet we have less than a month to go into this vote.
Both of these documents, what they do is they create a new supranational body that gives the WHO legally binding global authority over public health emergencies of international concern.
This is actually worse than what happened in COVID, because they don't even have a standard that says they have to isolate a pathogen. They don't have to isolate anything. What they have to do is simply say, we think that there is a reason to declare an emergency, and as such, we therefore have the ability to suspend travel, to actually penalize member states. There's a very big clause inside of the treaty that actually has penalties on member states for non-compliance.
All the countries have been...
Wait. So hold on, I'm interrupting you, but I just want to... The WHO will override, let's say, my country's decision on how to handle the next pandemic.
Right. Exactly. He can just declare it with no standards, and then countries around the world will have to obey. Most worrying for me is actually Article 12, which says that in the event of a potential or actual health emergency, so this doesn't just relate to pandemics, this is any health emergency, and that could be anything, that the Director General shall determine on the basis of information received, and that can be secretive information. It doesn't have to be declared. The Director General is one individual who there is a lot of concern about his history and experience, that he should have this power, and then each country gets 48 hours.
48 hours to respond or explain or face the consequences, including sanctions.
Do you think it's going to have an equal sort of footing with all nations, or will there be a difference in how nations are treated by the WHO?
So that's, of course, a really good question. If you're asking a country that doesn't have the resources to come back to you within 48 hours, and then they don't, not only do you malign them to the emergency committee, but you say, you know what, maybe we should look at sanctions against this country. And maybe this country has got resources like oil and diamonds. Wouldn't that just be very convenient?
WHO will be authorized to issue recommendations with legally binding effects.
You know, when you take out the words not binding as an amendment, it then becomes binding. You know, these are binding treaties. If we do nothing, these treaties are binding. They're legally binding across all the nations.
This is legislation. This is legislation directly affecting every human being. We are talking about
compulsory vaccination, lockdowns, closures of borders and businesses, and worst of all, detention of anyone not complying with the latest vaccine mandate and forced medical procedures.
This will come under the title and concept of One Health. So whether to fight a human influenza with a new subtype, or to reduce rising level of CO2, or to respond to the loss of biodiversity, or to fight climate change, all of that can give rise to the next pandemic.
They will be able to impose a climate lockdown. That's the next step. That's what we're talking about.
We see all these kind of authoritarian measures being adopted in the name of saving the planet.
It's global governance.
It's tyranny, organized tyranny under velvet and a golden cage. You know, it's
a form of global governance, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is a centralized global government, but we didn't know how they were going to do it, and they are using health in all policies to create this global
governance.
Towards a one-world government seeking to erode the sovereignty of independent nations.
There would be amendments to implement an international global certification system, enabling nations to enforce travel restrictions using tools such as vaccine certificates, passenger locator forms and traveller health declarations, all tied potentially to a personal QR code.
And then mass surveillance of compliance via digital certificates. So we all have to have digital certificates, and in that way they will check whether we're all doing what we're told.
They could lead to draconian measures undermining our national interests if accepted.
Which means what?
It means that when there is a national health security threat, you can take over the country with the army. So you imagine this at the global level?
Right.
So if they get the global commands,
so it's martial law.
It's martial law.
And the title of this session, are we ready for a new world order?
We have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
When you really take all of this together, there is no other way for me to actually say this. It will be a complete impoverishment and enslavement of all the people.
People have to understand it's all about control. So being aware of the globalist end game in all of this, namely the implementation of a global governing system to control us, it seems to me that the powers that be will attempt to launch major crises, plural, on several fronts to facilitate this push into their new world order.
WHO グローバル全体主義パンデミック条約と改定 IHR 遺伝子ワクチンプランデミック情報統制これら全てを排除することを宣言する3発目の原爆は我々国民の手で日本人の手で阻止しようではありませんか Withdraw from WHO.
My view is get out of the WHO.
Conclusion. Defenders of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic need to stop these amendments from coming into pass. And call on all political parties and South Africans to reject the WHO's power grab under the guise of pandemic preparedness.
Can I just get a quick vote from everybody here right now? Who thinks we need to defund and exit from the WHO? That's a full house. The people have voted. Thank you very much.
Well, that is a 9-minute preview of a 2-part film that we've made in South Africa called WHO's Global Power Grab. It features over 100 health freedom advocates, including myself and my dear colleague and ally, Dr. Wahome Ngare, and politicians from around the world who are realizing what COVID-19 did to us and the agenda of the globalist cartel to establish a one-world government. Now, if you are in our WhatsApp group that we formed last night, I will be able to share with you part 1. And when I get back to South Africa, I will be sharing part 2. And I ask that you share it around the world. I want to honor our father, Stephen Bantu Biko, who said, "The great powers of the world may have done wonders in giving the world an industrial and military look, but the great gift still has to come from Africa, giving the world a more human face. And this is why the world says Africa is going to save us." Now, when we look at the hydra that attempts to control our world, there are 3 primary bodies that are involved that I will raise to you right now. There are many others. The World Economic Forum, led by Klaus Schwab, who said the pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world. I don't know why he thinks he has the authority to do so. But this is the same man whose family was supplying weapons to apartheid South Africa. He is now leading the World Economic Forum. And if your politicians are involved in the World Economic Forum, you need to rethink whether they should be representing you or not. The World Economic Forum is very clear that they penetrate governments and they determine our policies. The criteria to lawfully declare a state of emergency, which neither the UN nor the WHO told us, is that a threat should be 1, actual or imminent, 2, it should involve the whole nation, 3, it should place the continuation of organized life of society at risk of extinction, and 4, be so extraordinary that ordinary measures for protecting public health and order are clearly inadequate. COVID-19 failed on all of those 4 international human rights law criteria, and the UN and the WHO told us nothing. Now, I know my brother, Mr. Kakito, will be talking about the common agenda, so I do want to highlight one aspect of the UN's One World Government. Below the pink title, the United Nations wants standing authority over the following 10 areas of life: pandemics, wars and nuclear events, climate or environmental events, degradation or disaster, accidental or deliberate release of biological agents, disruptions in the flow of goods, people, or finance, disruptions in cyberspace or global digital connectivity, a cyber attack on critical infrastructure, a major event in outer space, in other words, a false flag alien attack that, they're going to fake it, unforeseen risks, or technological or scientific developments gone awry, in other words, artificial intelligence. Brothers and sisters, the United Nations is trying to establish a one world government with the agenda being the new world order. You as politicians will become irrelevant in the one world government. There will be one government for the entire world. This is part of why the World Council for Health held an emergency press conference in March entitled Human Rights in COVID-19, Civil Society-led press conference on the role of the UN and the WHO. Very briefly, the WHO is an instrument of colonization. I'm going to focus specifically on the red text. In the history of this formation of this supranational, the UN sought to improve colonial conditions rather than question their legality. The countries in Afro were amongst the poorest on the globe, and they were seen to be in dramatic need of help, incapable of rising out of poverty themselves, and thus dependent on Europe and the United States for development. There was thus a civilizing mission in post-World War II Africa, which postponed our claims to independence by offering us expanded services and political concessions instead of decolonization. So the WHO is an instrument of colonization. A report in Dakar, Senegal 2022 stated that the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic pushed an estimated 55 million Africans into extreme poverty in 2020 and reversed more than 2 decades of progress in poverty reduction on the continent. I ask you, whose agenda does that serve? The WHO's crimes and failures, there are many. From its failures on nuclear to the tobacco scandal to the fake H1N1 so-called pandemic to the opioid cover-up to the WHO's workers committing sexual abuse on the women of DRC and the men and the children. This is the WHO. I'm happy, however, to say that in 2022, it was the African bloc at the World Health Assembly led by Botswana. Is our member state, is our representative from Botswana here? Right here, Botswana led, you might remember, the 47, don't look so nervous, you did a wonderful thing. You led 47 nations on the African bloc and you objected to amendments to the international health regulations. You shook that entire World Health Assembly, the African bloc. That's what we did. The African bloc said, 1, these amendments are rushed. 2, they are not inclusive of us as African nations. And 3, they are a threat to our sovereignty. And nothing has changed at the WHO and the United Nations. Now, I have interviewed Dr. Ngare on the show, which I urge you to watch, around what he shared, which is the infertility experiments perpetrated through the WHO in Kenya. I also interviewed David Steinman about the notorious Director General of WHO, Tedros. Please watch this film. There is the website. It's Infertility, a Diabolical Agenda, where you will see what happened in Kenya. The website, infertilitymovie.org. It's a 30-minute film. It's a must-watch. Conflicts of interest have infected the World Health Organization, led primarily by this man. You know him, right? What's his name? Bill Gates. He's everywhere. Apart from the internet and the IT, he's in our food, he's in vaccines, he's in agriculture, he's in governance, influencing and bribing our governments essentially. So when we talk about conflicts of interest, you will see the #1 private funder there of the WHO is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That funding buys influence. It means the WHO has become an advertising company for the pharmaceutical defense industry. Does that make sense? That's exactly what it is. You'll see Wellcome Trust, World Bank, UNDP, Gates Ventures, Rockefeller Foundation, Open Society Foundation, and others. So it is not the World Health Organization, it is the World Vaccine Organization. By 2030, they aim to introduce 500 new vaccines in low and middle income countries. Again, they are targeting us. COVID vaccines, amongst the others, are not safe and not effective. In the WHO's own database, over 5 million adverse events reported on the COVID-19 shots. If you are sensitive, close your eyes. These are African children who have been injured by vaccines in our continent. On the left, a 14-year-old girl from one of the poorest provinces in my country, the Eastern Cape, Yamkela Seplane, has returned to her creator. After taking the COVID-19 shot, she was told she cannot register in school until she takes the shot. On the right, baby Grace from Cameroon, yellow fever injection. She's now blind. She's brain damaged. She has up to 20 seizures a day. And I have to find a way to send her out of Africa for treatment because no one will help her here. Our child. On the left, baby Faith, dead 2 weeks after a BCG injection. And on the right, baby Peace, polio injection. The child looks like she was burnt. Polio injection. And our governments are covering this up. So we have in South Africa started an alternative adverse events reporting system called SAVERS. I'm not going to go through the details. If you would like to find out more, please come and talk to me. But I would like to highlight one slide, which is the economics. Bottom right, if 1 in 4 people is ill, injured, or dead post-COVID-19 shot, the loss to the economy is 123,803,353,535 rand per month. That is a loss to our economies, apart from the suffering of people who are injured. That is a loss to us as Africa. We also launched the African VAERS Adverse Event Reporting System, so we're expanding independent reporting across the continent. Again, please engage with me, and I will help you report adverse events into the Africa VAERS system. We've also launched a case in South Africa to stop the shots. The case was actually dismissed. We are convinced that our judiciary has been captured. So let's turn to the WHO's 2-track process to One Health monopoly. There is the existing International Health Regulations 2005, which Dr. Ngare introduced, which the WHO is facilitating amendments to that are being led by the United States. And there is a new document, a new proposed pandemic treaty, duplicating much of what the IHR is intended to do, duplicating the costs, the bureaucracy. For what agenda? Monopoly. Africa, of course, continued to resist the One Health agenda because you cannot have a one-size-fits-all for health. You simply cannot. We know this as Africans. And on the left, you will see there, the WHO wants total control over you. For who? Its corporate funders. On the right, there is a policy document that you would have in your folders. You have the 8-page summary of a longer document entitled Rejecting Monopoly Power Over Public Health. And you can find that full policy brief on the website worldcouncilforhealth.org. It is a document that has been handed to parliamentarians in different parts of the world, and they are using it to mobilize against the WHO. I would urge you to do the same. I see my sister is handing out there copies of a bill that I have drafted called Exit the WHO, and we'll discuss that shortly. So the IHR has many critiques, including changing the WHO from an advisory organization to a governing body, whose proclamations would be legally binding. The amendments also sought to remove language that said respect for dignity, human rights, and the fundamental freedoms of people. It would give the WHO authority to require your government to insist on medical examinations, proof of prophylaxis, proof of vaccine, contact tracing, quarantine, imprisonment, and treatment. And of course, instituting a system of global health certificates. I specifically want to highlight Article 12 because I see it as a geopolitical weapon, where the Director General of the WHO would have the unilateral authority to declare a public health emergency of international concern in your country, whether you agree or not. That is a dangerous geopolitical weapon. If you as an African country are doing something that the globalist cartel does not like, it is easy to say to the WHO's head, please declare a public health emergency in that country and shut them down. A dangerous geopolitical weapon. You should know that some amendments to the IHR have already passed through, including the one that shortens the length of time to reject amendments from 24 months to 18 months. So they are making things very difficult. The deadline to reject those amendments was December 1, 2023. Did you know? Did anyone know? Because it's a private and secret process. Now, voting for the amendments to the IHR and the new pandemic treaty, they want to happen this May, end of May. We are, of course, mobilizing 24/7 to make sure that they do not win. They require a simple majority, 51%. Countries have 10 months to opt out, if you even know that you have the right to opt out, which was also raised. Having said that, the WHO has breached its own constitution, Article 55, which requires that all amendments need to be presented to member states 4 months in advance. They are still negotiating the document, which means a final version of the document has not been presented to member states, which means member states have not engaged in a public participation process, which means parliaments have had no consultation whatsoever. One world government. Let's move to the proposed new pandemic treaty. Key issues: blatant ignorance of public commentary in opposition to the treaty. Number 2, secrecy in negotiations and the release of updated terms to the public. Number 3, the definition of the term pandemic is very vague. Number 4, the global pandemic supply chain and logistics network. In other words, money for the corporates and none for us. Number 5, increasing the speed of regulatory approval of drugs. They want vaccines to be ready in 100 days. 100 days. We tell them, Africa are not your hunting ground. We are not guinea pigs. Number 6, pathogen access and benefit sharing. So they are encouraging biological weapon research in our countries through what they call gain of function. They want us to compete with each other to find pathogens. And if we find one, we can have a percentage of the royalties from the products that they create as a result thereof. That is going to result in dangerous experimentation. Number 7, requiring nations to allow access to their sovereign territory. So when they arrive here, we must just allow them in. Number 8, censorship. Number 9, One Health. Number 10, additional bureaucracy. Number 11, please note the proposed treaty may be applied provisionally even before formal ratification in your parliament. Again, dangerous. Now, the treaty, being the second document, requires a 2/3 majority at the World Health Assembly. I can tell you it's not going well. The resistance we have put up as civil society, now joined as politicians, have scuppered their negotiations and have also woken up some of the member state delegates, who, by the way, we don't elect, and they are not accountable to us. What has South Africa done with regards to the Exit the WHO campaign? We've done much. I'll focus on the WHO withdrawal bill that's on your desk. It's a 3-page bill. The first page is a preamble. The second has short title, objectives, withdrawal and defunding, funding, conflicts of interest and contracts, Section 5, regulations, Section 6, transitional arrangements, Section 7, short title and commencement. Please come and discuss this bill with me. You can adapt it, you can mobilize around it. Here are 2 of the MPs that I'm working with in South Africa around this bill. Now in December, I worked with one of the political parties to draft this letter that we served on the WHO, objecting to amendments to the IHR. Did the WHO reply? Did they reply to a member of parliament from South Africa? Did they? No, they didn't. A globalist cartel with disrespect. There are other countries who have also been objecting, including the Philippines, New Zealand, Mexico, Estonia. In the US, they also have several bills going in respect of the WHO. What we are also doing is spotlighting the position of political parties. We have elections coming up in May, and we are making the WHO a voting and elections issue. We are saying any party that hands over our sovereignty to the WHO, we should not vote for. On the left, the ANC, the governing party. On the right, the EFF, the Young Rebels. And next up, the ACDP, which actually brought a debate to Parliament on the 1st of March, which I supported. What is the latest in terms of those two documents? Because they're constantly changing. The international negotiating body failed to get the 194 member nations to reach an agreement regarding details of the following aspects of their negotiations. Remember, this is on the existing IHR 2005. One Health, pathogen access and benefits sharing, financing, and conference of the parties. Let me pause to say, the WHO, if it had its way, would expect at least 5% of your country's GDP to be invested in this bureaucracy that they are building, and then some. We should be investing that money in strengthening our own healthcare systems, not in the PR arm of the pharmaceutical industry. Rather than withdrawing these amendments, the WHO is resorting to a form of negotiating blackmail. They are attempting to pressure member nations to adopt an incomplete agreement during the upcoming World Health Assembly in May. So they plan to make the document available on that day in May, but the document is incomplete. They are blanks. There are things that they are saying that we will decide later on. Would you sign a contract where the terms are not clear? Would you? Would anyone? That is what they expect us to do. So it appears as if nations do not obediently and immediately sign the unfinished document, they will not be able to continue to participate in the subsequent negotiations to work out the details. I say that's a good thing. Please note that the amendments have been watered down in the last week. They have withdrawn some of the more draconian articles, but we remain vigilant because all they need to do is get us to the finish line to sign and then implement all those draconian measures again. So be vigilant. The latest in terms of the second document, the proposed new pandemic treaty, a group of organizations wrote to the WHO complaining about certain issues such as transparency, a lack of inclusiveness, and financial arrangements. The equity debate is important. We are criticized, brothers and sisters, in the international space because Africa is seen to always have the begging bowl out. Africa always wants money from the IMF, the World Bank, and so-called developing nations. We need to change that paradigm. We are the wealthiest continent in spirit and in mineral resources. So we should not be seeking out loans and arrangements for which we will pay a pound of flesh from developing nations or from the IMF or the World Bank. Now, my opinion, it is unlikely to finalize the new agreement, this treaty, this year. There's simply too much to negotiate. But the WHO wants a base agreement to be signed with many question marks. So ask yourself, why is there a rush to sign this treaty? Is it because they plan to launch disease X? Or climate change being an engineered environmental disaster? Why are they rushing into these two agreements? And finally, on that slide, to say we would be better served by working through BRICS than we would be through the WHO. Your president, your honorable president, is very right to point out the United Nations for being another instrument of colonial control. He's 100% correct. Now, my recommendations include the following. Instruct member state delegates to stop negotiating via an unelected, unaccountable, and immune from persecution WHO. Tell your delegates, if you know who they are, to stop negotiating. Number 2, draft and serve an official letter to the WHO ahead of the World Health Assembly at the end of May. I can advise and or assist. In that letter, A, vote no to the proposed pandemic treaty or accord, plus the IHR 2005 amendments. Again, Africa leading here, Botswana, is critical. B, highlight both the substantive and the procedural issues with these documents. And C, reject both documents or at least make some reservations. Number 3, do not fall for the next fear-based event. Activate and launch a World Council for Health Country Council. Again, that is the organization that I'm with, and it is seen as a people's alternative to the WHO. Number 4, launch an investigation into COVID-19 crimes. You may want to use the model of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that we used in South Africa. Make sure you demand compensation through litigation from the WHO and the pharmaceutical cartel. Number 5, ultimately Africa must withdraw from the WHO, and I dare say the UN and the WEF as well. We don't have a seat at the table. These organizations are incapable of reform, and we should not be begging them for a seat at the table either. We need to go our own way. I will shortly be hosting an event, Why Africa Must Exit the WHO, online, and of course you are all most welcome. I will also share this flyer on the WhatsApp group, Strategic Actions to Exit the WHO. Other bills that I have drafted and can make available include, number 1, the prohibition of political participation in the World Economic Forum. Number 2, preventing conflicts of interest. And number 3, accountability in representation at international organizations. And Chair, I'm almost done. I would be failing in my duty if I did not raise here in this African platform the fact that Pfizer tried to sign contracts with African and Latin American countries for which they wanted as security, let me emphasize this, as security for their products, our countries, military bases, reserve banks, and embassies. Did you know that? Is that not corporate colonization? That is a corporate coup. That is how they take over a country without having to drop a bomb like they're doing in other countries. So that is the deal Pfizer tried to sign with South Africa. Our former Minister of Health said, apparently we didn't sign that clause, but do we know? We know how resource-rich the African continent is. So all they will need to do is collapse our economies and then say to us, since you can't pay us back for our vaccines, we'll take your military bases, your embassies, and your reserve banks. So I would certainly encourage you to not only watch this interview I did with the whistleblower, but more importantly, to cancel those contracts, cancel those vaccine contracts. Take your money back, invest it in your healthcare system.
You're soon finishing.
And finally, to say that the UN is as dangerous, if not more, than the WHO. And I hope to invite you soon to an event where I will introduce you to the World Council for Health, an international grassroots initiative established as a non-profit community interest company that is focused on a healthy and sovereign world. We have over 30 country councils around the world and growing as the alternative to the World Health Organization. So I will invite you to an event where I properly introduce you to the World Council for Health. If you have any questions, please do let me know. Thank you for your attention. One Africa, one nation.
Another round of applause to Palesa. Palesa is a very vicious campaigner. And if at all there was voting today on exiting WHO, we would do it. But before we do it, has everybody got a cup of tea? Is everybody happy with a cup of tea? You wanted to stand up a little bit? You want to discuss? Should we open the plenary? Okay, we are going to open the plenary so that we ask questions and also deliberate. But before we do that, let me say this to our two distinguished presenters. I have been persuaded that the WHO is not as transparent as we thought, and it's opaque. And in order to strategize as African people, we should be capable of undertaking our own independent research and development for our own products, African products, to manage our communicable and non-communicable diseases, vaccines, and disease prevention mechanisms, systems to detect and manage epidemics, scientific capabilities to approve or disapprove pharmaceutical products, such as vaccines, that are being propounded by major business interests. And we also want to know the role of us members of parliament. And of course, to know the alternative, which you have already talked about. We also want to know how the WHO was formed in the first place and what penalties have been there for countries that have walked out of it and how they are being sponsored. I think when you are replying to those questions as participants, they will also need to be answered from the chairman of this session. Okay, we shall have 2 minutes each so that we ask these questions. Thank you. Let me take some consultation before we proceed. The first question is going to be by the conference chairperson. Yes, Honorable, proceed.
I want to thank the presenters for this very disturbing information. And I am one person who has been a goodwill ambassador for the Merck Germany company, trying to destigmatize infertility. And while we had a few pockets of infertility here and there, I am not surprised today that there is serious both primary and secondary infertility amongst married couples. And little wonder that the fertility clinics are now all over. So the question that, okay, that information we have received, I am just trying to find out, other than Kenya, these tetanus vaccines, where else did they take them? Could you be knowing? Because we heard from Dr. Wahome about the Kenyan experience. We just want to know.
Thank you very much.
Secondly, can I also find out from you about WHO's proposed guidelines on trans and gender affirming care for the children? Where are those guidelines? Were they dropped? Because that is also a serious concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conference Chair. That is one question. You please take notes and you'll answer them en masse. Yes, you say your name and shoot your question directly.
Thank you. I'm retired General Nyambuya from Zimbabwe. I've got 2 questions. The first one, I used to think vaccines were a very good thing. And I remember one of the first vaccines which I took when I was in sub-8, there in 1960, I think, was against smallpox. But I'm disturbed, I'm troubled, but about what I've learned today. I'm also troubled by the fact that one of the so-called vaccines has had very dire effects in Kenya, for example, and in particular causing infertility. Why is the Kenyan government, or is the Kenyan government taking legal action against people who brought this vaccination? My second question, I think, to the good lady is about the World Health Organization. I've worked for the UN myself for 3 years, and I know the World Health Organization is a UN organization, and we are all members of the United Nations. From what you are presenting, it appears the World Health Organization has been hijacked. Who has hijacked it? Can I have a response from the presenter, please? And why are we allowing, as the UN, why are we allowing this to happen? It is within our means to change the legal instruments which have brought the World Health Organization into being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General, retired General. Those are very intriguing questions. And I don't think, Palesa, you will be able to answer that because you are for World Health Council. I will put it to Dr. Wahome.
Please, thank you very much. I don't know whether you want to permit me to make a correction. Yesterday and today, I've heard people using the words gender and gender equality. Please, please, gender does not mean the radical difference between male and female, okay? The appropriate word is sex, male and female. I've just checked the AI. You can Google AI. AI really recognizes that gender is not, it's a social construct that connotes LGBT, transgender, and so on and so forth. I go to United Nations, I'm a delegate to United Nations. I was there in March this year for the CSW. Whenever the word gender comes up, everybody raises a red flag. You see, they have managed to sell this word to us, and we are just using it without knowing the meaning of gender. Gender equality bill was stopped in Nigeria by us. Because we said, no, you're not going anywhere. Gender equality does not mean male and female. It means LGBT, and it was struck out. 3 times they brought it.
Honorable, can we focus on the discussion?
Yeah, no, it's very important. Don't say it's not. It's very important because we are learning. We are learning. I'm not just focusing. I'm saying that, look, I want to raise it because we have to live here with good knowledge of this. Okay? So people are using it. Everybody's using it. I'm saying that don't use it. Okay? Otherwise, I have just come here for nothing. Don't use the word gender and gender equality. Okay? Check the AI. Otherwise, we are confusing ourselves and contradicting ourselves. Okay? We are talking against LGBT, transgender, WHO, and we are using the word. That is one. Second is that about WHO and United Nations organizations, I have monitored them in Nigeria for the past 30 years. I'm a lawyer and I'm also a journalist. I'm a member of the editorial board of the Guardian newspaper, the most prestigious newspaper in Nigeria. And for many years, we have monitored United Nations agencies, WHO, UNICEF, even the British Council. We have called them. This is not a theory. This is not, we call them red-handed, okay? British Council giving dangerous contraceptives to young children, including condom. In Nigeria, we have a dossier, okay? I'm a lawyer, so when I'm talking, I'm not talking, we have a dossier of the other. So people who are wondering what is happening, there's nothing like big launch anywhere. So when they are in Africa, going about, you know, they are not protecting you. UNICEF does not protect children. Yes. Does not, I can give you a one-day lecture on this. So, my sister, you have done so well when I was listening that.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
right, Honorable.
Okay, very good.
Your point has been made.
Very good, okay.
Yes, right, Honorable.
Thank you, moderator. First, I want to appreciate the in-depth and quite enlightening presentation given by the two presenters this morning. I have two observational questions that I would like to pose to you. Having heard all that and it's threatening, like the chairperson said, what we need to understand, should we convert ourselves into activists, or we still have to stand as representatives of the people and use parliament, for example, and that we count on our speakers on the continent to use that platform and hold the executive responsible on these matters as presented today. The treaties and amendments on governing UN agencies, like the one just presented by the gracious lady, IHR, and that our ministers of health and responsible and ministers of foreign affairs can be held responsible in Parliament to give us an update on these treaties and to understand what is going on internationally that will affect our sovereignty. Number two is the issue of UN and other UN agencies like WHO, which have been hijacked by the multinational companies and corporate organizations that can. Do we still have to follow the path of caucus, or we now follow the administrative and governance because we are sovereign nations? Have we abdicated that role? Because the duty of government is to protect its citizens. It is to protect its citizens and the citizenry of our people. Are we handed over to the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and other world organizations that are trying to bypass? Like, for example, moderator, that as we listened yesterday, that these agencies, the UN, would like to bypass our governments and fund projects directly. I mean, meet the people directly. Is this a way of taking away our sovereignty as a country? Do we go home today? Will this form part of our communique that we want to address the AU, we want to address our regional bodies like East African communities or ECOWAS, as I said yesterday, or our individual parliaments to give us really what is the update and where are we in terms of our sovereignty? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those important observations. Please, what's your name again? Bishop. Honorable Bishop. We only have a honorable father in our parliament. He's a Catholic priest. So in Kenya, you have honorable bishop. This is serious. We could even have an honorable cardinal now. But thank you for those important observations. I hope, Dr. Wahome, you have taken note of that. Yes, ma'am, please, and keep it short.
Yeah, sure. MP Amira Sabr from Egypt. I just have a logical question that came to my mind. Now, these vaccines, most of which were actually given to the people in the global north themselves. So this arouses a question in my mind. Should we really follow a kind of a conspiracy theory, or should we just be very much verifying the givens here? Because it's not that we were the only ones who got injected with the COVID vaccine, but it went all across the globe. So how to criticize this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that is an important question. Dr. Wahome, you're in trouble with that. Because we are being cut between believing conspiracy theory and also believing in our governments to do the best for us. Burkinabe. Le Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso.
S'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole. Merci également aux deux présentateurs pour la qualité de leur présentation. Alors, j'ai deux questions. La première adressée au docteur.
Attends un peu. You can set your gadget so that you can listen. Is everybody happy? Yeah, me, I am well versed with French. S'il vous plaît, continuez.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je disais que j'ai deux questions. La première adressée au docteur. Il a fait cas de l'utilisation des OGM comme pouvant poser des problèmes, notamment dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Alors, quand on sait qu'en Afrique, les terres cultivables ne sont pas extensibles, dans le même temps, les populations ont fortement augmenté, les OGM nous permettent d'accroître les productivités et la résistance des semences par rapport à certaines maladies. Alors, comment on résout cette problématique-là? Parce qu'il nous faut également nourrir nos populations. Quelle alternative le docteur propose par rapport à la situation que je viens de présenter? Première question. La deuxième question pour la dame. Elle a pris des exemples concernant la poliomyélite d'enfants qui auraient été brûlés après avoir été vaccinés par la polio, je crois. Est-ce un cas isolé? Est-ce que vous avez d'autres chiffres, d'autres statistiques qui pourraient établir le lien de cause à effet entre la vaccination et puis la brûlure de l'enfant? Sinon, utiliser des chiffres comme ça, bon, je ne sais pas trop. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Is there any francophone? Quelqu'un francophone? Il y a? S'il vous plaît, continuez.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais m'adresser au docteur en lui posant quelques questions simples. Docteur, a-t-il été vacciné une fois? Qu'il ait peut-être l'amabilité de nous répondre dans ce sens-là. Et je voudrais rejoindre un peu le Zimbabwe. Au-delà d'une cinquantaine comme nous autres, nous avons connu la variole, la varicelle, la lèpre, beaucoup d'autres choses qu'on croit que le vaccin a pu éliminer. Est-ce que c'est une nouvelle tendance avec le Covid qui suscite ces nombreuses réflexions aujourd'hui? Le vaccin a-t-il pu quand même avoir quelques effets positifs dans la santé humaine? Voilà quelques questionnements que je voudrais lui poser. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Yes, sir. You don't have a microphone?
Thank you very much, session chair and the presenters. My question goes to, my name is Kamadi. I'm the vice chairperson of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Independent Permanent Human Rights Commission. My question goes to Dr. Wahome. He indeed cautioned us to be ready for his presentation, and indeed everybody was listening carefully and quietly. Now, my question is, many people were vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccines across the globe. What message do you have for people who were vaccinated? Is there a vaccine, a vaccine to the vaccine? if I may put it that way, to remove the intoxicants that were put in people without knowing, trusting their governments and WHO. We would like to get a message of hope. Thank you very much.
Yeah, by the way, for your information, Ugandans were vaccine hesitant. Many people had hesitated. no matter what government was saying, until we said we want to see our president vaccinated. And when he got vaccinated, all of us went to the vaccine center, including myself. And even me, I had very many people who were counting on me. They would not vaccinate until they see their MP getting vaccinated. So you can see the chain. If it means death by Dr. Wahome's theory, I think I have a few days to live. May God forbid.
On our chair, you have 5 minutes. On our chair, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, let us enjoy this one.
Okay.
Yes, at the back. Then in yellow, from East Africa. Then from the lady in Uganda. Then we go to Zambia. Mulibwanji. And then that will be okay. Oh, finally, Dr. Kamara. Dr. Kamara, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Betty Byanyima from Uganda. I'm here as an observer. 2 years ago, as Christian lawyers and some doctors from the Christian Doctors Association, we were before Parliament with the Committee on Health, trying to advocate against mass vaccinations without parental consent. We lost the battle, and recently yellow fever was mass vaccinated over our children. And from this presentation, you can see that there is an agenda. My question is, what can we do for a critical mass of members of parliament who are not here from the various countries to get this information? Because with the larger numbers of MPs getting this information, it would be more effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. East African Legislative Assembly.
Go ahead and make your contribution.
Thank you.
The chair is listening.
I want to thank the presenters, Dr. Wahome and our lady, I cannot pronounce your name well, but I want to thank you for the presentations you've made. Now, Dr. Wahome, I just want to have comfort from you, especially on the current vaccination regime for the newborn children. You know, right at birth, at hospital, this child is vaccinated. I think they receive 3. Then there's DPT, then they just give us hope, maybe. Are these vaccines safe? The ones which are being given to our children in hospital. Then, of course, the recent yellow fever vaccine that had right from 0 age up to, I think, 59 years were supposed to be vaccinated. The recent yellow fever vaccine, I believe you have something about it. Then, I also wanted to know, what can we do? Is there anything we can do as a regional assembly on this issue of vaccines? Can we cause debate on some of these issues? Just that, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable from Wakiso.
From here, welcome you. Thank you so much, Chair. Once again, we thank you and welcome you to Entebbe here where we represent. Chair, you know the information through is so disturbing, and it's until now when we really believe, and we've just noticed from the presentations that all our people were killed in vain by that COVID-19 vaccine. That aside, most those of us who lost people, so all those were killed in vain. But then we ask Dr. Wahome, we are aware of the East African Medical Council, and if need be, let's also have the African Medical Council, because many times we consult our doctors, and we just know that several of our doctors who advise us may also not be in the know. Can you aid us to ensure that that information is continuous, or wherever you learn of something that is going to destroy us as Africans, you dispatch that information as much as possible to many of the councils. Some governments may fear, but at least if you inform the private doctors, they should be in position to inform us and we make serious decisions as parents. What is so disturbing, many of us here who are young parents, parents of young children, we are now confused more and disturbed because all what we are supposed to use and where we are supposed to take our children, you feel that somehow there is some distrust that has been created. And finally,
thank you,
Madam Palesa, can you give us some more pros and cons more of where we are? Because most of these governments, our health grants are attached to WHO. And as WHO, we are thinking of now exiting, but how about the health grants that are still going on and that are supporting the health systems in this country? How are we going to survive?
Thank you very much, Honorable. Your point has been made. I'm going to Zambia. Lusaka.
I'd like to appreciate the presentation made by the two presenters, but I think all of them are intertwined in one or the other. What I pick from the two presentations is that Africa is a guinea pig for biological weapons. That's my summary. And having picked that, well, wherever we can debate whether this has been effective or not, having picked that, I would like to ask this conference that it will turn into a talking shop if we do not raise this agenda to join maybe our heads of state mainstream agenda. Why I say so is that it is important that we need to ring-fence ourselves from these biological weapons, which may come in form of manufactured diseases as well as vaccines. In that, when we look at most of the African countries, for instance, we saw how Uganda has been victimized about the anti-gender, anti-homosexual bill act which they passed. There is need that Africa's head of state take a corrective approach to this, because it's not a secret that among them we have puppets that can follow this particular agenda. And if we united, you find that if we moved together, we will sing one song from one hymn book, and we are going to ring-fence ourselves from this biological disaster that we are having. Biosafety is very important to this agenda. I think that's my input.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kamara. You don't have a parole? Somebody with a microphone?
Thank you so much, Chair. You warned us to just use 2 minutes. The good thing, the first question has been asked many times, but I will summarize it as so. Dr. Wahome Ngare gave us a very good checklist how to check whether vaccine is safe, or whether it's necessary, effective, or cost-effective. However, when he was summarizing, he said, Africans should treat all, not one or two, but all vaccine programs are the threat and should reject the vaccines. Should we reject vaccines en masse? All of them, as you mean? Do you mean what you say? Because that could be a little bit controversial. The second issue is, I think he picked a half-truth about PCR and said it was a bad test because it doesn't look at COVID, but it just looks at it indirectly. Definitely PCR, I have not been in ward for some time now, but I remember there are so many other diseases which can be picked by PCR. So it was not made just because COVID, it was not made just for COVID. Thirdly, I think the organizers, to be fair, for such a controversial topic, when you bring a man who knows how to talk so well, like Dr. Wahome Ngare, please also bring somebody from World Health Organization such that they can talk and give us the two sides, and we compare and know who is right and who is wrong. Lastly, here in Uganda, we had closure of primary schools and secondary schools when the whole world had opened the schools. And now here you are, you want us to leave World Health Organization, and you want to hand us over directly to dictators. And you say now they should be the ones in charge of our health. Some of our presidents are worse than World Health Organization. And for sure, me, if I had to choose between some presidents, where I should go, whether I should remain in World Health Organization or go to some presidents, I would choose World Health Organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Wahome is itching to answer. But the last presenter, Dr. Kamara, embodied most of the concerns of the people here. Listening to you created a semblance of fear that COVID-19 was manufactured, it was sent to the world, we saw the world die, but we also saw the vaccine era, where the globe was vaccinated. And they are being persuaded that this was a global criminal offense against humanity, without necessarily having the way forward. Especially somebody talked about an antidote to those vaccines. You can see the scare it can create. And these are members of parliament all over Africa. What take-home package would you like them to go with? Thank you very much for the participation. And let me call upon Dr. Wahome to answer the questions.
As Dr. Wahome is moving down to answer the questions, dear delegates and participants, I just want to allay your fears. I think, remember, one of the asks was that we go and ask our ministers of health to explain some of these issues on the floor of Parliament. There you will have a balanced information. I thought that was one of the calls. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been called a conspiracy theorist many times. And the term conspiracy theory is used by people who have reached end-of-war thinking capacity and are no longer willing to engage. Now, I was, you have asked, Honorable Sarah asked about the tetanus.
Point of order, what were you saying?
So, yeah, Honorable Sarah Openda asked about the tetanus and whether it was given anywhere else. It started in South America in 1993 and has been given across the whole world. Now, I don't know whether the other countries tested, but what you would notice if you are a doctor is you end up with women who are not getting pregnant, but when they are tested, they are all normal. The woman is normal, the man is normal, but they can't get pregnant. The other thing that is happening is that you end up with women who are getting pregnant and losing pregnancies. There is a term called, it's called what? Blighted ovum. The baby did not grow. So you get a lot of those as a result of this vaccine. And there is a way of treating it. For those who believe the vaccine was given, there is a way of reversing those problems. Now, vaccines, are they all good? Are they all bad? I did not condemn all vaccines, and that is misquoting, and you should withdraw that statement. I did not say that we shouldn't take any vaccine. What I said is that we must have all of them examined by us so that we know exactly what our children are being given. Should the Kenyan government take any legal action? That is up to the Kenyan government, is not up to me. The others, that one was a comment. Egypt, it was given globally. Yes, it was given globally. The COVID vaccine was given globally. The reduction in population is a global event. It is not targeting Africa. GMO, that again will be decisions you will have to make on your own. If you allow somebody to own seed, then you have committed yourselves to hunger. I was vaccinated as a child, and as the vaccine program was increasing, I refused to vaccinate any of my children for vaccines I wasn't given as a child. So that has been my principle. I was not given the COVID vaccine, I rejected it. Okay? Those who are vaccinated, is there a detox program? Yes. There are doctors who have developed detox programs. You can find them on the internet, and I think Shadna might have some contacts. Parental consent is very critical for children, and I think I'll end it there for now. Shadna?
Thank you very much, Dr. Wahome.
I will respond to some of the questions, perhaps the more non-medical ones, although I'm very familiar with the medical aspect, having worked with doctors like Dr. Ngare for at least the last 4 years. The first is around withdrawal from the WHO. The interesting thing is the WHO's constitution does not include a withdrawal clause. It's almost as if once you're in, you can't get out. Isn't that interesting? Having said that, Indonesia has withdrawn previously, and then there was a military coup, so they were forced back in. Secondly, United States withdrew in 2020, and then Biden got back into power and brought them back in because pretty much the US government controls these supranational institutions. However, there are ways to withdraw, and that is what nations around the world are mobilizing towards. Secondly, who has hijacked the UN and the WHO? It is the corporate funders, including but not limited to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but others as well, that all link up to two of the biggest companies in the world, BlackRock and Vanguard. These are investment companies and asset management firms that own most of the companies around the world. Most of the products we consume are owned by these two big mega corporations. And so they fund particular organizations so that they can influence policy. And they're doing that at the UN and the WHO as well. It's not to say there's not good people working on the inside. There was a stage in my life where I had dreams of becoming the Secretary General of the United Nations. I then interviewed a United Nations judge, former ICC judge, and she said to me, "I'm so glad you didn't go down that route. The organization is corrupt." So, why is the UN allowing it to happen? I think we've already explained that there are conflicts of interest involved and some very powerful financial agendas. The question around whether we should be activists or members of parliament, I think both are in order. I think we can be both. Activists are people who care about a cause and make a difference. And when you have that position as an MP, you can absolutely do both, and I think your people will remember you for that legacy. Holding executive to account is extremely important, and yes, the ministers should be reporting to you. However, we discovered through the debate in South Africa on the 1st of March on the WHO that most parliamentarians know nothing about these two documents and what's happening at the WHO. It is us as civil society and those politicians willing to work with us that have opened up the conversation. I would also like to mention that excess mortality is up around the world. The statistics speak for themselves, and they are directly attributed to the COVID-19 shots. Now, not everybody's experienced adverse effects. Because it was a trial, some people got placebos or weaker doses. So you have been lucky. But there are debates in the Parliament in the UK around the subject of excess mortality. They should be happening in Africa as well. Having said that, we are lucky as Africans we didn't take as many of those shots as other countries did. Perhaps we have a natural distrust in the pharmaceutical industry, and rightly so. The Nigerians would remember the drugs like Trovan and Mosquirix, which were experimented on your children and caused Nigerian children to die. Pfizer ended up paying a settlement for that many years later, sir, you would remember. So when we talk about the pharmaceutical defense industry in Africa, we know what we are talking about. May your children rest in peace. Data on vaccine adverse events is corrupted by the pharmaceutical industry. It funds the medical journals. It funds pharmacovigilance. It's funding your Department of Health. It's funding your regulatory authorities. That is a fact, like our regulatory authority, SAPRA in South Africa, funded by the Gates Foundation, which is why we've launched the African VAERS system to independently report adverse events, and I hope you will work with us on that. Few more. There are detox protocols available, which you can find on a number of organizations like World Council for Health, which are not funded by the pharmaceutical industry and therefore has no conflicts of interest. The website is worldcouncilforhealth.org. It is working on a detox guide with protocols from around the world. So if you have a detox protocol from your ethical doctors, please feel free to submit it. We would like to place it in the guide and share it around the world. How to educate Parliament, let's work together. We're doing that very effectively in South Africa.
Excuse me, Palesa. So you mean those who will not have a detox program are in danger?
It depends on whether they've got a full dose or a contaminated dose. There's evidence now in Canada, there's just been an admission around the contamination of COVID-19 shots by the Health Department of Canada. So some shots are worse than others, some batches are worse than others, but we should be detoxing anyway because we are eating GMO food, our air is polluted, our soil is polluted. So detox is something we should be doing anyway, but it's highly recommended. My father took the COVID-19 shot. My father ended up with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I put him on a treatment regimen of he tried chemo, it finished him. He turned to natural medicines through great imploring by us, including CBD oil from the cannabis plant. My father is now healed. I had leukemia about a decade ago. I threw all the pharmaceutical drugs away because they were killing me. I turned to God and natural medicines, including CBD oil. I am now cured. So there is great healing in the plant medicines here on the African continent. I would certainly urge us to look into those quite seriously. There's a book called Vaxxed versus Unvaxxed. I hope to make those available to the participants here at some stage in our engagement. It is a book written by Dr. Brian Hooker, who took 100 cases of children going to the doctor, and he compared vaccinated children versus unvaccinated children. And my colleagues, the results speak for themselves in the science, in the data, in the doctors who are willing to speak the truth even though they are persecuted. Unvaccinated children are healthier than vaccinated children, but you can read the reports for yourself. Final few questions, let's see. The very important one raised around bioweapons versus biosafety on that end. I think we should engage this conversation today and tomorrow. I'm just concerned we might be running out of time, but you raise an absolutely legitimate question. If they're willing to drop bombs on us, why wouldn't they assault us with injections that we take willingly out of fear, is my response. I'm also very happy to run informed consent workshops. There was a sister who raised it in the back. There was a Christian organization that raised that subject in Parliament. We need to run informed consent workshops. About hearing two sides of the story, the WHO is funded by the pharmaceutical industry. I wouldn't listen to anything they say, honestly. And they have the lion's share of the budget to be able to reach you through advertising, through internet, through the paper, through the radio, through the television, and to earn your trust and then to harm you. But it is up to you to decide who you want to listen to. It is a long journey. I know much of what we shared today is not comfortable. We're all at different stages of learning, and this is part of the process, is breaking through that discomfort to ask yourself critical questions. I acknowledge the point about some of our presidents being worse than the World Health Organization. That is something we need to work on as the African continent quite seriously. We cannot be relying on external supranational organizations to take care of us. We take care of us. Our communities take care of us. Were there any other questions? Caucus versus sovereignty, we can also engage over lunch or dinner. I think I have covered everything. And if I haven't, please feel free to let me know. I look forward to engaging you further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Palesa. Let Dr. Wahome complete the rest of the questions.
The Honorable Sarah had asked about guidelines on transgender children. That has remained very controversial, and WHO, to my knowledge, has not given a commitment. But I would like us to understand that there is no transgender child. There is no transgender person. There is a person who may reject their biological sex, and most of the time they have very, very damaging experiences in childhood. The rejection of their biological sex is because of psychological issues. Cutting off their members will not convert them to what they think they have, because what they're having is a delusional problem, is a psychological problem. They should not be called transgender. They should be assisted to deal with the issues that have made them feel the way they feel. Now, just like we are saying some parliaments and some executives can go rogue, organs of the UN can go rogue. So that there are organs in the UN that are doing wonderful jobs, and there are organs in the UN that have been corrupted and have been redirected through funding. So this is expected. I think Bishop Kosgei, Honorable Bishop Kosgei, what you raised is very important. It is the work of the Parliament to hold the executive to account. If the UN and others have been hijacked, instead of committees, then we go back to admin and governance so that we address those issues. Now, anybody who would want to deeply follow on the injuries that have been caused by the COVID vaccine. So it is thought that there were, because these were trial experimental vaccines, there may have been 3 different batches. There may be those who are not being given any vaccine, who are receiving the placebo group. Then there are those who are receiving what would have been the half dose, and there are those who are receiving what would have then been the full dose. So when you are experimenting on a vaccine, you have a placebo, you have a bit maybe of it, a little more, to see which dose will work best without causing too much side effects. So there were batches, people who had looked at different batches had noticed there were certain batches that were causing more problems. And people who got those batches would not be with us now. They would already have suffered very severe disease and maybe even death. Then there are those who have suffered effects like damage to the heart or blood clots that were treated and recovered. And those would probably have received half the dose. Then there were those who felt completely nothing and were quite happy to encourage the rest to go. I did not feel anything, I didn't even have a fever, and probably that lucky one would have gotten the placebo. So the outcomes would be very, very varied because people got different products. Then the issue of the yellow fever, I didn't know about the mass vaccination for yellow fever. But again, it is important for us to go back to the science. What was what triggered the yellow fever vaccination? Was there an outbreak? Or is it someone who came and sponsored an activity? And those are things that really need to be answered, and only the community affected can answer. But it is medically unethical for anybody to inject a child without the parents' consent. And the consent, in fact, we shouldn't be talking about consent, we should talk about informed choice. And the choice can be, yes, vaccinate my child, or no, do not vaccinate my child. And that should be respected. So if we allow the government to override parental consent doesn't mean signing a piece of paper to say your child should be vaccinated. Consent means you have been told about the disease, the danger of the disease, the treatment for the disease, and the outcome if the person is not injected. Then you have been told, this is the vaccine, these are the dangers of the vaccines, these are the benefits of the vaccines, and you have looked at all this information and made an informed choice. So even those who got the COVID vaccine because they wanted to and believed it would protect them were denied the advantage of giving an informed consent because they were not told about the risk factors that only came out when people went to court. So whether you are vaccinated or not, both of us were lied to because there was information that was material that was not disclosed. About discussing with African medical councils, as the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association, we've had our own challenges with the medical councils that exist. When we went to confront the government on the tetanus vaccines, Dr. Karanja and I were summoned to the medical board with a threat to be deregistered from practicing. And the board brought a vaccine expert to come and defend the position of the government. And he told us very nice things about how vaccines are checked and made to be sure they are safe. And then after he finished speaking, we asked him whether he knows about the tetanus fertility regulating vaccine. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a tetanus vaccine that is very useful in preventing tetanus, and it exists. What people do not know is that there is a tetanus vaccine developed for preventing pregnancy. The two vaccines exist together. Now, it just depends on which one you're given. So that should not be a question. There should be no question whether the vaccine for preventing tetanus exists. So we asked the expert of government, since you're here to defend government, do you know about the tetanus regulating vaccine? And he said the last he heard about it was 1993. And we produced documents of research papers up to 2011, that was 2014, 2015, research done up to 2011 that demonstrated how they had worked and improved on this vaccine that he said does not exist. And that meeting ended with a promise that we shall be brought together with the government, that we must not talk about it, and we now go and be quiet so that the government can be brought together with us so we can solve the problem. And we were supposed to get the report of that meeting because it is equivalent to a magistrate's case, court ruling. Up to today, we've never seen those documents. And in 2016, WHO came to Kenya, did an analysis and said Kenya is now tetanus-free. They did another one in 2017 and gave the government a document to say Kenya is tetanus-free. And from that point, the campaign stopped. That is how it was ended. It was a political solution. I have put my life on the line to protect the people of my country. And it is very painful when I hear someone say that what I am doing is conspiracy theory. It's extremely, extremely painful. Now, when we went to confront the Kenyan government on the HPV vaccine, Again, we went to the minister and presented our concerns. And the minister called her whole team. It was karaoke that time. She called her whole team of medical experts. And we were put in a room with a very long, high table. And we were told to sit on one side. And then the government experts started coming in. And they filled the first row of seats. They filled a second row, and some stood in the room. There were over 30 government technical experts. And we were only 2 from the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association. And the Medical Association for Pediatrics, the Kenya Medical Association, the Gynecological Association, all those professional associations which I'm a member of some, were sitting on the side of government. And we were asked to present our concerns so that they can be answered. And our concern was, it is true you have developed a vaccine against the human papillomavirus, and whether it works or not is not in our interest. All we are saying is that no girl needs to be given that injection. It is unnecessary. And up to today, they've not been able to answer that question. It is not the presence of a vaccine that matters. It's whether it is useful to the population and whether it is necessary. Because if you mandate vaccines, then you produce a mechanism that makes people make money and encourages people to create disease. Now, is Africa being used as a guinea pig for biological weapon? No. This is an international thing. It is being done to everyone. They even killed their own people in Europe and America. If you go and you look at the excess deaths, if you look at the deaths that were occurring many years up to 2021, and you look at the new deaths that have occurred since then, you notice a very large climb of people who are dying. And the number 2 killer is now being called sudden death. That is not even medical practice. It is witchcraft. You cannot say somebody has died suddenly. You say somebody died from stroke, somebody died from a heart attack, somebody died from something. You cannot say that the commonest cause of death is sudden death. What are you telling us? That is not even scientific. How do we protect ourselves from those diseases? When we go home, one of the things we are going to ask, the children vaccinations. America is one of the most highly vaccinated children, with children getting almost 74 injections by the time they are, I think, 15 years old. Many, many, many vaccines that are being given. And America has the highest rate of infertility, and it has the sickest population of people with non-communicable diseases, allergies, blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, all sorts of things. So the question is, these things we are giving to our children, there is an element called aluminium that is put, you see, when you talk about vaccines to lay people, they think about how you take a part of the disease, put it in somebody so that their body can react to that and protect them against the disease. But there are many other things called excipients. How the vaccine was produced, there will be some contaminants that will be in that. There is aluminum that is given to improve the reaction of the body to the vaccine. Each of these things has something it can do that can harm the body. And therefore, the quantity of that amount needs to be carefully analyzed. When you look at the aluminum in one vaccine that is being given to a baby who is 3 kilos, you find that it is higher than what is acceptable to be given to an adult in terms of kilos. And therefore, the question is, could we have too much of aluminum for the size of baby that we are dealing with? And can something be done about it to reduce it? Now, if that is already a concern, and you come and in one sitting you inject the baby with 5 different vaccines, each one of them containing the same element of concern, it is possible to see that you can actually cause toxicity to a child. And if we were allowed to have a reasonable scientific debate where questions are not suppressed, maybe we could make those vaccines safer. So the last one was the gentleman who said, I said we'd reject all vaccines. I said, and I'd like to emphasize, that vaccines are given to healthy individuals. And you vaccinate every child born in your country. So if a vaccine goes wrong, you can destroy your whole population. Vaccines are therefore must be addressed as a national security concern. And we should not be vaccinating our people with something that we cannot clearly state what is in it, what amounts are in there, and what the benefit of that injection is. So all vaccines need to be treated as a matter of national security. Let us be able to confirm that what it is we are giving our children is what is written in those bottles. That is all I am asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wahome, for those responses. One question that was not answered, please answer so that I hand over to the conference organizer.
It was such an important question. There was a lady at the back who talked about what do we do if we don't get these grants from the WHO. That in itself, you have summarized the problem. Our dependency as Africans on funding from external bodies. What we need to do is what Burkina Faso did. Take back your mineral resources, right? Take back your mineral resources, then you wouldn't need to beg for funding from anybody, the WHO or some other so-called developing nation. That's what Africa needs to do. Take your resources back, take your freedom, take your health, and take your sovereignty back. But I'm happy to talk to you further.
Chair, something very bad.
Wait a minute, somebody had a word for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This goes to the second presenter about the pandemic treaty. As you said, we say no to the amendments or the proposed amendments, but you didn't give us alternatives. So what do we take home concerning the treaty? I'm Nabukera Hanifa, woman MP, Mukono, Uganda.
Thank you.
Doctor, you have exactly 3 minutes to wind up everything.
So I had put up a slide on recommendations, which I'm happy to share with you. I can also put it up on screen now so you can take a photograph of what needs to happen now at the World Health Assembly 77. The African bloc as a whole needs to vote no. It is the way we can save all of the other countries around the world. And we need to implement legislation that works for us by working cooperatively with each other and through BRICS. But I'm happy to share that slide with you. Shall I just put it up on screen so you can take photographs if you haven't? Okay. It's just the last slide there.
It's also important to know that there is no vacuum. We still have the International Health Regulations 2005, and those respected the sovereignty of nations and the dignity of the people.
So those were the recommendations. Instruct member state delegates to stop negotiating. Draft and serve a letter on the WHO ahead of the World Health Assembly 77 at the end of May, including A, B, and C. Don't fall for the next fear-based event. If you want to join World Council for Health, you're welcome to. Launch an investigation into COVID-19 crimes. You can use the TRC as a model. And ultimately, as many of us are discussing and mobilizing towards, we need to withdraw from the WHO. But we are perfectly capable of drawing up our own instruments of cooperation with each other. You know, Einstein said, a definition of insanity is doing the same thing expecting a different result. As Africans, we are not insane. We need to create a better world together. I hope that answers your question, but I'm happy to talk with you further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May God bless you all. That is the end of this session.
And can I invite the Honorable Sarah Opendi, Chair, to tell us what next and how do we move from here?
Thank you very much. As the speakers exit from the podium, allow me just to inform you that while serving as in the Ministry of Health, as Minister of State, one of the things that we did as African Ministers of Health was to push for an African Center for Disease Control and Prevention, other than relying on the Center for Disease Control in the US. And that position was adopted by the African heads of state, and that body exists today. We are also pushing to ensure that we have as many other African pharmaceutical companies producing medicines on the African continent. Unfortunately, to date, as we speak, the vaccines that we have, Africa produces less than 1% of the vaccines that we consume. So there is work to do. We have so many doctors, we have so many pharmacists. We have resources. We need to support our own doctors to develop vaccines and medicines for our population. So ladies and gentlemen, you all know that we should be lunchtime now, but I humbly request, the next section is supposed to be chaired by the Right Honorable Andrew Amaoko, the Deputy Speaker from Ghana. However, the next presenter has a commitment. I want to request you, Right Honorable, that you will chair the session after lunch. But let's allow Mr. Richard Kaketo, who is a member of the Governing Council of the African Bar Association, to just give us insights into his presentation. The discussion will be in the afternoon. Is that acceptable? Okay. Some 5-10 minutes? Okay.
Honorable members, I'm aware we are supposed to be going for lunch, and I also have a commitment, so I will keep it brief. Yes, once you see me go beyond the 5 minutes, you stand up and chase me away. Yes, I'm Augustine Richard Kaketo. I'm an advocate, double licensed for Uganda and Kenya. And I provide legal support to delegations once in a while at the UN as a way of contributing to what gets into those documents. And we usually face an uphill task because increasingly there is a revisiting of the outlook to some of the international instruments. Now, it's gone missing, I have no idea. So I'm talking to you about the Summit of the Future. The Summit of the Future has a summary that was given to you this morning, so I'll not give a lot of background to it. But essentially, in 2020, when the world, the United Nations was celebrating its 75th anniversary, it was within the context of COVID-19. It was within the context of rising impact of climate change. So the result was that a decision was taken by the UN to challenge the Secretary General to provide suggestions and recommendations of how the world of the future would look like. Essentially, that is the context. So the purpose of the Summit of the Future and its outcome were to strengthen international cooperation, deliver fully and fairly on the existing agreements, enable us to respond effectively to new threats, and also take advantage of the opportunities, and to restore trust in multilateralism and in each other. So the UN is aware that there is increasing mistrust, including the discussions we've just had now that have cast doubt on many of the UN agencies. The desired impact of the Summit of the Future is actually the presentation mode doesn't allow me to do what I want to do. Okay. All right. So there are three things I'm picking out of the impact. Whatever I'm saying here is in your document so far. They gave you 3 documents this morning, and one of them relates to the Summit of the Future. So you are able to educate yourself further on it. But I have pulled out only 3, and I will emphasize 1, transforming education. Because education is a socializing tool. The family as a basic unit of society has parents who are the primary educators. So if we are to talk culture and we are to talk sovereignty, then we need to be able to protect the education process. Now, that summary you have there, the detailed documents are accessible on the provided link in that document. The Summit of the Future contemplates a new vision for the creation of learning societies, emerging with education and lifelong learning, universally recognized as a global public good. International cooperation is strengthened to advance the vision and support delivery of commitments made at the 2022 Transforming Education Summit. Now, this is a reference to an earlier document which needs to be looked at closely because it forms part of the Summit of the Future. Now, the proposal in the Summit of the Future, our common agenda, when it asks us to implement all the recommendations of the 2022 Transforming Education Summit, and you look closer at the Transforming Education Summit, you will find that it has a report that ends with a youth declaration, meaning that annexure forms part of the Summit of the Transforming Education Summit, and that the young people there demand of decision makers, including yourselves as parliamentarians, to invest in gender transformative education. What is gender transformative education, honorable members? Gender transformative education, and to ensure that comprehensive sexuality education for all learners in and beyond school. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the annexure to the report of the Summit for Transforming Education has a declaration of young people, and by these young people are usually capacitated by abortion agencies, by contraception agencies, all these sexualizing groups. They assemble these young people into halls, and then we get this declaration. So these young people demand you decision makers to invest in gender transformative education and to ensure comprehensive sexuality education for all learners in and beyond school. Now, you are all aware of the sexualizing impact and the radicalizing effect of comprehensive sexuality education. Uganda has been struggling with all these pervasive things going on, and we forget that we began softening our approach to sexual education earlier. The Transforming Education Summit also calls for a curriculum in which learners are to become promoters of sexual and reproductive health. Now, it is the learners going to do what? Now, those of you who have a background in human rights work, you know that we have duty bearers and we have rights holders. When we turn children in school into rights holders for sexual and reproductive health and rights, we are actually saying these children will have a right to demand sexual rights, to demand reproductive rights. Okay? Now that's how it has been crafted. So now, and there's some money that is always put behind most of these things. In 2020, there was a call for proposals and tenders to promote universal sexual and reproductive health and rights for vulnerable adolescents in Africa. And it was close to over 30 million euro. So there is usually money behind most of these engagements. So don't be surprised when our technocrats in our ministries end up signing off, okay? In some of these things. It is usually, hello? Okay, now, good people, every time you hear the word sexual and reproductive health, I would like to invite you to see LGBTQ rights, to see abortion, to see sexual rights for youth, and you see comprehensive sexuality education. Many of our policy documents, many of our legislations, pieces of legislations are coming with that phrase, sexual and reproductive health. It is loaded to that extent. I'm dreaming of a time when parliaments will purge their policy documents and pieces of legislation of that phrase, because that phrase is not for us. Okay? That's the entire content in sexual and reproductive health and rights. Transgenderism, teen sex, prostitution, blah, blah, blah. The list is endless. It is contained in that phrase. Yet, for some reason, I'd like to point out to you that these rights, the phrase sexual and reproductive health, is not existent in the core international human rights instruments. We have 9 of them, and the closest in which it is mentioned is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So I did a search of the 9 international core human rights instruments, and as you can see, the word sexual appears 5 times in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but in reference to sexual abuse, okay? And it makes sense, children should be protected from sexual abuse. When you check the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, the second last there, it appears once in there. When you check on the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, it doesn't appear in the core document, except that on the website of the United Nations concerning CEDAW, someone found a way of inserting the question of sexual and reproductive health. What am I saying, friends, honorable members? There is a new ideology, a new doctrine that is being promoted, sexual and reproductive health and rights. And these, we call them rogue rights that are being pushed hard with an agenda that we are yet to establish. So, are sexual and reproductive health and rights an international right or an international wrong? I choose to consider them an international wrong. They are absent in the negotiated documents. They are present in the softer conference documents. So I will not dig into anything else beyond that. You can interact with those documents and visit the website. I'm asking you to read with a critical eye. It is never that obvious, okay? They just told you, let's ask the decision makers to do what? To make commitments and implement the 2022 Transforming Education Summit. When you check the Transforming Education Summit, that's where you see the problems. You will not see it in the Summit of the Future. It will be in the Transforming the Education Summit, okay? The last point I needed to make is the UN is looking towards UN 2.0, meaning they're trying to reform the UN. Unfortunately, the material from which it is going to be transformed or reformed is already terribly corrupted. I will only point out the human rights mechanisms, especially the special procedures. These are 4 special procedures out of a 50 number. I think the number is 58 at this point in time. Special procedures are independent experts who have been identified from across the globe to advise the United Nations Human Rights Council on matters human rights. I've identified these 4 because they have made certain statements that impact on the family and parenting as part of their advice to the UN. Munoz, a special rapporteur on the right to education, holds the view that parents who exempt their children from sex education that has been suggested are a barrier to access to human rights, and that children have the right to pleasurable sexual experiences which can only be achieved through comprehensive sexual education from the outset of schooling. We are not cooking these. The documents exist. You can just dig out the reports of these guys. You will find these things, okay? Munoz also holds the view that sex education has been obstructed in the name of religious ideas. So those of us who hold a faith-based approach to these questions are considered a barrier or obstructors to sex education, which is very good for children, isn't it? Now, pleasure in and enjoyment of sexuality should be one of the goals of comprehensive sexuality education, abolishing guilt feelings about eroticism. Okay? When I was growing up, we used to say bad manners, eh? He's doing bad manners, or tabia mbaya in Kiswahili. Now we are saying, according to the Special Rapporteur on the right to education, the advisor of the United Nations Human Rights Mechanism on education holds that kind of view. Then we get my friend Mofokeng, okay? She's an outspoken advocate of sexual and reproductive health. She's a former abortion provider and is an advocate of legalizing prostitution. But for some reason, she's the advisor of the UN on the right to physical and mental health. Are you following, friends? Yeah, that's the UN that is about to be reformed. So I needed to thank you for listening to me. I hope I've not taken too much time. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we are not going to discuss this topic. We will discuss it after we resumed. Very well. Very well. Members would like to know whether you get the presentations.
All the presentations that are in soft copy are going to be shared. The challenge that many of us have not yet registered on the Google form that was going around yesterday. So if we could all make it a point that we provide our details in that Google form so that we dispatch in one go. Thank you.
Honorable members, as we have been made aware, we will suspend sitting for now and proceed. Bishop, you want to say something?
Sure. Chair, I'm just recommending that the comments presented by the presenter are so important that we would like in the afternoon, when we come to discuss it, we want a concretized approach that would inform our next action individually, how we can inform our governments by seeking clarity on the stand as far as this is concerned. If we can get it in a more, concrete way, this actionable presentation in the afternoon, not for the sake of information. We are not being sensitized only. I think we are informed that leads to action. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. So we'll proceed to suspend sitting and move on to the restaurant or the dining hall for lunch.
Please ensure that you get coupons for the lunch, because you won't be allowed to have the lunch without the coupon. Our secretariat staff are giving you the coupons. 1 hour.
Honorable members, we are going to spend 1 hour for the lunch. So we are coming back exactly 2:20. 2:20. So we are going to be here to start the rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
very fantastic job. Can we clap for him as he gets to the platform? Mr. Charles, you did us proud yesterday, and I know you are going to build on what you did yesterday to make us even prouder, if that word is there in the English language. Can we give it 2 minutes to ensure that everybody is here? Can you, some of you are already here, call the colleagues in your delegation so that we can start our business this afternoon? Again, we want to keep it short. Somebody said keep it. Somebody said keep it short. And something. I'll remember, he's not in the room. But keep it short and concise, something like that. So can I request those of you who are still in the corridors, can you kindly come and take up your seats so that we do business? We have about 3 sessions, actually 2, and then we shall have a lot of time for the evening in Entebbe. Entebbe city is our old capital city. Before independence, our capital city was Entebbe. After independence, in 1962, the seat moved to Kampala. And so we are always proud of this place. And the head of state, the state house for this country, is based here in Entebbe. And if you want to go and say, how are you? It's just around the corner. You can even stroll and walk on feet. You'll reach there. Some of our colleagues have already strolled there. They are going to meet the First Lady. I think the meeting has started 7 minutes ago. So I want once again to welcome you back from lunch, and I want to request Honorable Nathan Byanyima to invite the chair for this session to Honorable Nathan Byanyima, on behalf of the chair for this conference, re-invite the Right Honorable Andrew, Second Deputy Speaker of Ghana, to take over his chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Right Honorable Speakers and Deputy Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, delegates, observers, ladies and gentlemen, let me add my voice to the moderator in welcoming all of you back into the conference hall. Let me direct you that we are in section 5, which is section V. And under the session, we have 2 presentations. Before we went for lunch, we had one, which was delivered by Mr. Richard Kakito. We are going to take the second presentation from Mr. Charles Kanyama, SC, who is the chairperson, Kenya Christian Professionals Forum, and board member, African Christian Professionals Forum, and is going to talk on legislative framework to concretize the ENTEBBE Declaration. So without much ado, we've already spent a lot of time. Let me invite Mr. Charles Kanyama to the podium to speak to members. I will indulge you to give him your maximum attention. Yes, Mr. Charles Kanyama, you may take the podium.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I hope we'll all be attentive. This is a difficult session when the blood has gone to assist in digestion and we can find ourselves dozing. I hope we'll not doze, because this is a very crucial part of the program. This afternoon, we are meant to have the discussion on what have we accomplished and what can we accomplish going forward. So we've had 1.5 days of discussing several challenges to family values, to sovereignty, to our African culture, and now we are meant to be focusing on what have we accomplished and what will we accomplish going forward. For this session, I request that we all get this copy of the document that was in our folders. It's titled First African Inter-Parliamentary Conference, Communique, and Entebbe Declaration. There were 2 Entebbe declarations there that were prepared last year, and you had the communique for last year's conference. So my session is going to be very simple. I'll first have a background where I'm going to take us through, just to summarize, what was agreed last year, what did we accomplish, and then what can we do for 2024. So this is a great document. I really like even the way it has been put together. The communique was prepared as we were concluding the first conference. For those who attended in Entebbe last year, I think it was March, April of 2023. And the organizers of the conference, together with the participants, decided to do a communique, which, as you can see, is the first document. It has 42 paragraphs, and it has a long recital or preamble of numerous paragraphs. And then after that, you have the first annex, which is the Entebbe Declaration on the post-Cotonou Treaty. At that time, we were calling it post-Cotonou. The treaty had not yet been signed, and we were trying to have amendments or change before it was signed. Eventually, it was agreed by the nations of the EU and ACP that the treaty would be signed at Samoa in November last year, 15th of November, and so it has now become the Samoa Treaty. So when you see the Entebbe Declaration on the post-Cotonou agreement, it's basically the declaration on the treaty. But that time it was not yet the Samoa Treaty. And then there was a very interesting second declaration. It is the second annex, and this is the Entebbe Declaration on pornography, because pornography is one of the issues that was touched on during the first conference. And so, members, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to start by reminding ourselves, what did we agree on last year? If you look at the communique, you will notice it makes a positive reference to a number of international human rights instruments. It makes reference to the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to the 1966 covenants, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It makes reference to the 1981 African Charter on Human and People's Rights. There is also reference to the 1990 African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And there is a positive reference also to the Geneva Consensus Declaration of 2020. The year 2020 was the year when Donald Trump lost elections as President of the United States of America. They'll be having the elections in November this year. And before he lost elections, his government carried out a pro-family agenda in the international space. And one of the consequences of that is brought together several countries, about 30 countries or 26, of which more than 15 are from Africa, that together made a declaration called the Geneva Consensus Declaration on family values and, of course, on issues of gender rights and family values. And this consensus declaration was presented to the United Nations General Assembly in December 2020. That was the month after he lost elections. And as so happened, when the next president took office, Joe Biden, because he has carried out an agenda that is not pro-family, if I may use the most modest phrase, he decided to withdraw the United States of America from this declaration. But the declaration still exists, and the other nations have not withdrawn. And other countries in Africa are encouraged to sign on to this declaration. So there has been positive reference to those documents. And then there has been negative reference to some documents that have been generated in the recital. This is the ESA, the commitment on reproductive health services for adolescents, comprehensive sexuality education and sexual and reproductive health and services for adolescents commitment that was done in Africa, and which the pro-family forces were very unhappy about. It is not a legally binding document, but reference was made to that as a document that we need to work to dismantle. In the communique, as I said, there were about 42 paragraphs, but I want to identify the 9 key resolutions that the nations, the delegates of the last session came to, the 9 key resolutions. Just a moment. The first resolution, which is resolution number 1, was to tackle threats to national sovereignty and cultural values, which is precisely what we are doing even in this conference, to see how to advocate, to make noise, and to keep repeating the importance of national sovereignty and cultural values. And if I may just take a pause, in 1966, when the nations of the world assembled at the United Nations to discuss having operational human rights treaties, there came a split between the countries of the Western world that you could call the first world nations and the countries of the Eastern world at the time that you could call the second world nations. And the first world were insisting that human rights have to be civil and political rights. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to vote, right to life, freedom of religion. So they said these are the core human rights. And the nations of the East said, okay, it's very well to talk about civil and political rights, and we agree with you, but there are other set of rights that are very important. And these are the economic, social, and cultural rights. Right to food, kindly let us have some measure of silence so that we can hear. Right to food, right to education, a clean environment, right to housing. These are what we call economic, social, and cultural rights. So you then had, because of the split between the first world and the second world, they agreed to have 2 different treaties. The first one deals with what we call first generation rights, civil and political. And the second one deals with second generation human rights, economic, social, and cultural. And the newly independent African states were listening to this debate with bemusement. And for Africa, we said we accept both sets of rights, but we insisted that both declarations must include a right to self-determination. And that right to self-determination, brothers and sisters in this assembly, was actually incorporated word for word in both international covenants. Article 1 of ICCPR and Article 1 of ICESCR, they both talk about the right to self-determination, which is another way of talking about the right to sovereignty. And it mentions not just political sovereignty, but economic, social, and cultural sovereignty. So this first resolution in the communique actually aligns to a concern the African nations started expressing at the international arena from way back in 1966. In addition, when the nations of the world decided to come up with their own regional treaty instruments, the first one was the European Convention on Human Rights in 1953, the Inter-American one, then the African Charter. Only in Africa did we decide that in order to clearly identify the right to self-determination, our Charter on Human Rights will also include provisions on people's rights. We said it's not just the individual who has to be protected, but also peoples, including to fight against colonialism, neocolonialism, and other forms of cultural domination. So this appears in the African Charter. And this was the first key resolution of last year's communique. After that, the second is resolution number 3, to resist the sexual and reproductive health and rights agenda in international law. Resolution number 3, to resist abortion, comprehensive sexuality education, and LGBT ideology and lobby groups. Then resolution 5, to resist sexual and reproductive health and rights. Resolution 6 and 7, really I consider the fourth key resolution, which was to protect the family and natural marriage. As legislators and as the other people of Africa, to protect the family and natural marriage, the next resolution, again joint, number 9 and 10, emphasized the importance of protecting the child and also, very importantly, the rights of parents. Because in the international arena, there is kind of like a one-sided focus on protecting the rights of children and ignoring the relationship between the child and the parent. So the parents find themselves stripped of their rights and duties, which create the connection with their children. And this creates a topsy-turvy situation in international human rights sphere, in which we keep promoting children to do this, to change their sex, to have health care without the parents knowing, to have abortion, to have all kinds of things, to be educated by the state without any input by the parents, and so on. And so we insisted on this issue of the rights of the child and the rights of parents. And then there was also a key resolution, number 13, to reintroduce character-based education. That education is not just for the technical academic curriculum, but our African communities emphasized in initiation processes and other systems, character-based education. We also spoke about resolution 14, to refrain from signing or ratifying the post-Cotonou Treaty. Unfortunately, many countries that we come from have already signed the treaty. Some have not, but most of them have not ratified. So there's still room for engaging there. And then very relevant for parliamentarians, the resolution 20 to 29 jointly were asking parliamentarians to enact laws to protect the family in the different jurisdictions. And finally, resolution 41, which is the ninth one, the ninth key resolution, is to work towards development of an African protocol on family and family values, so that we have a continental-wide legal instrument recognizing the role of family. And in 1983, I think the Vatican initiated a charter on the family. And the idea is, can we borrow from them and other countries and regions that have recognized family rights and have something at the Africa level? After the communique was published, we also published the Entebbe Declaration on the Samoa Treaty, the now Samoa Treaty. And the key recommendations was, one, that the African countries to require the treaty to be restructured and or amended. So the first idea was, can we restructure this treaty? As it is currently designed, is not good for us. Number two was to decline to ratify the treaty. Now that the treaty is going forward like a train that cannot be stopped, can we conscientiously object by pulling out of the treaty? And the impact of pulling out of the ratification process would be, to the extent possible, to continue with the Cotonou framework if the treaty does not come into force by not getting the two-thirds threshold of ACP states to ratify the treaty. And we know that the EU is putting ACP states under a lot of pressure to ratify the treaty so that it can come into effect. The third recommendation was to request in each of our respective countries that the post-Cotonou treaty be debated in the parliament of each country, so that the people of Africa can have a voice and can discuss about this matter. When the nations of the European Union negotiated the Maastricht Treaty in 1992 that created the European Union, it had to be approved in each of the member states. There were debates in the respective parliaments. That is how they went in the journey towards greater integration. And so the recommendation of the declaration of Entebbe of last year was that we should require the same thing of this Samoa Treaty. It should not pass while the citizens of our respective states are unaware of the implications and the effect of the treaty. And finally, it was also recommended that the African states should consider reservations and various other mechanisms to restrict the effect of the Cotonou, post-Cotonou treaty. The last declaration was a declaration on pornography, and this one gave rise to 5 key resolutions. And again, it is Annex 2 in the same document that you have with you. The first one was to recognize pornography as a serious public health crisis, and so to apply the tools, the instruments that we apply in dealing with public health crisis to deal with pornography. The second was to make laws to prohibit comprehensive sexuality education, which tends to be explicit, bordering or getting into pornography, and also to attack dissemination of pornography that has been spreading virtually unchecked in our countries. The third resolution was to regulate and limit pornography on the internet, apps in our mobile phones, video, etc. And it is interesting how technology, when it comes to Africa, it comes with the values and standards of those Western countries where it was developed. If in the United States of America, because of their First Amendment of free speech, they don't believe in restricting pornography, then you find their technology comes with their values and penetrates into our spaces. And only when the pornography is very obscene, violent, or child pornography, do they take measures in the Western countries? Here in Africa, we hardly take measures, whether it is violent, whether it is child pornography, or even other forms of obscenity that are contrary to our laws. And I think we saw the approach to regulation that we can use when we have seen the experience with the app, these taxi hailing applications, mobile taxi hailing applications like Uber and Bolt. The various countries in Africa said, no, even though this technology has come from the West, we can regulate. We can, for example, insist that Uber must have an office in my country, that they must listen to complaints, that they must do ABC. We can pass laws. So the same approach can be taken in matters of pornography. The fourth resolution was to review the treaties and resolutions of various African Union engagements to ensure that matters of comprehensive sexuality education and pornography are not included there, and in fact are targeted for elimination. And finally, to raise awareness on the harm of pornography. This is the summary of what we did last year. And the question is, how far have we gone since last year? What is the progress we've been able to attain? So the second part of my presentation, I'm going to talk about the legislative framework that has been put in place and that can be put in place to concretize these elements of the communique and the Entebbe Declaration. And I thought of beginning by doing a very quick survey of the state of law in Africa at the moment on three issues. One, on the question of marriage and family. Number two, on the question of sexual and reproductive health and rights, that acronym or euphemism for abortion, CSE and LGBT. And thirdly, on the question of sovereignty, culture, values, and treaties. And the general situation is that there are explicit penal laws, criminal laws, criminalizing several of these things, criminalizing pornography or obscenity, criminalizing homosexual relations, criminalizing abortion in several African states, especially the states that come from the common law tradition. And the common law tradition is mainly the countries in Africa that were colonized by Britain or the United Kingdom. They follow a certain legal system called common law. And then the countries that follow the civil law system, the French-speaking countries, Portuguese-speaking countries, and so on, they follow what is called civil law system. And in the case of France, when they colonized and were leaving their colonies in Africa, the colonies were gaining independence, they of course contributed by proposing or enacting laws for the soon-to-be independent states of Africa. And they borrowed from the French Penal Code. And the French Penal Code had provision criminalizing public indecency. But it did not have provisions criminalizing homosexual activity. So you have a situation where there are several countries in Africa with explicit laws that criminalize what is called unnatural sexual activity, unnatural offenses, carnal offenses. And there are other countries in Africa without explicit laws, but where there are cultural prohibitions or rejection of homosexuality. So that generally in Africa, there is resistance to LGBT lobby and behavior and all these other things that come under the umbrella of SRHR. But In some countries it is express, in others it is not. And then there have been a few countries which over the last 10 years or 20 years or so have yielded to certain ideological pressure to change their legal systems. And of course the most dramatic is South Africa, which way back in 1996 when they passed the new constitution, their new constitution after the end of apartheid, they included a provision outlawing discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. So they went even beyond where many Western countries had gone at that time in 1996. And there are other countries in Southern Africa like Botswana that have been put under a lot of pressure, Zimbabwe, to follow the South African approach. So that is the situation in Africa on these issues. Explicit penal laws in some countries, cultural prohibition in others. And I want to go to some case studies very quickly about what Africa has been doing to strengthen the law. Because as lawmakers, you are very aware that the law is an extremely powerful tool to guide behavior or conduct in society, to accomplish good for the country. And it doesn't mean that there is no impunity. Some laws are ignored. But the law plays a role, even when it is not fully enforced, that is called pedagogical or exhortatory. It exhorts the people. It teaches them that in this community of ours, such and such a thing is to be rejected. And so, when the law says something, there is a value to that. In the United States of America, last year, the Supreme Court made a decision and overturned a law that had existed for 49 years, that this law was basically a decision of a previous Supreme Court in the case of Roe versus Wade that said abortion is legal in all 9 months of pregnancy. And of course, the moment the Supreme Court made that decision in 1973, the rates of abortion in America shot up more than 10 times. It was like 1,000% increase, and they have studied the way the abortion rates shot up. When the Supreme Court passed the new decision in 2022, even though some people were saying it would have no effect, the truth is that the rates of abortion have started falling in several countries because now abortion was made an issue of state rights. So the law actually has an influence. It may be gradual, but it is impactful. So we want to see what is happening in a number of countries. I'm going to look at 5 countries, case studies, and then 3 French-speaking countries in Africa. The first is Malawi. In 2015, they passed the Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act. So the approach of Malawi was, can we have a general family law? And most of our countries have a marriage law or a family law that provides the different ways you can get married, whether it is statutory or civil marriage, whether it is Christian or Islamic marriage, whether it is customary marriage. And they provide which marriage is polygamous, which one is monogamous, whether polygamy is completely prohibited or allowed for certain kinds of marriage. So when Malawi was changing, repealing and replacing their marriage laws, they made it express that marriage is between one man and one woman. And they criminalized prohibited unions, ceremonies that were purporting to be marriage between people who did not have capacity to marry. So that was one approach. That was an approach where within the marriage laws or the family laws that deal with many other things, including divorce, including matrimonial property, you put in place there provisions that secure the cultural values and the family values of the country. There was, of course, criticism when Malawi did this, but like in most countries in Africa, the values that we share are upheld by super majorities of, say, 95, 97%. Even though the Western nations are critical of what is happening, the law was able to stand the test of time. The second case study is Nigeria. In 2013, under a lot of pressure from the West, the Nigerians passed the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act. This was a very specific law with about 9 sections only, very specific, to deal with homosexual marriage. And in addition to homosexual marriage, it deals with associations, clubs or societies that are promoting homosexuality and any public manifestation of gay behavior. And the penalties under the Nigerian law is 14 years imprisonment for trying to do a marriage as same-sex marriage, and 10 years, a maximum of 10 years for all the other offenses of engaging in homosexual behavior. And despite the pressure that came from the West, Nigeria stood firm. The president signed the law into existence, and the West gave up on trying to overturn it. The third case study is the case study of the nation of Uganda, where we are right now. Last year, they passed the Anti-Homosexuality Act. And the Ugandan case went beyond Nigeria. Nigeria had only a small bill of 9 provisions. Uganda expanded their anti-homosexuality law. They decided to distinguish between the crime of homosexuality, you could say the standard crime of homosexuality, and the crime of aggravated homosexuality. And they said that normal homosexuality, I use the word normal, it is not found in their act. The punishment is life penalty. And for aggravated homosexuality, which is basically sodomitic or rape, it's rape, but done same-sex, but it's violent or it is coerced, then the penalty is death. And aggravated homosexuality includes homosexuality with a child, with someone who's disabled or who is impaired mentally or physically, homosexuality that includes a parent or a repeated offender, and homosexuality that includes violence, that is gay rape. And they distinguish between homosexual act, which they say is a crime, and an alleged identity. The fact that somebody says you are gay, you've not committed an act, that is not criminal. So that appears in the Act of Uganda. And Uganda's act also prohibits extra crimes, child grooming, those who manage premises that are used for gay sex, actions purporting to be gay marriage, and also promotion of homosexuality, which is where the gay lobbies have been too much for most of Africa. They also deal with additional issues of sex offenders register, prohibition to work with children, duty to report, and the question of rehabilitation of gays. The Ugandan anti-homosexuality law was signed into law by President Museveni a few months after last year's Inter-Parliamentary summit. And it was, I would say, one of the fruits of this conference, that even on the Friday of the conference, we went and visited the president, and we appealed to him to go ahead and sign the law, and he did. What is unfortunate is that after signing the law, several international institutions, like the World Bank, made very adverse actions and statements about revoking funding. And I felt it was a pity that Africa as a whole did not come out to stand in solidarity with Uganda, to issue statements of support, to make the West realize that on these issues, you touch one of us, you are touching all of us. And so Uganda was left almost isolated. And I think it is a pity, and one of the reasons why we are here in this conference is so that this should not happen again. Even if it is getting the speakers of our various countries, our parliaments to issue statements of support when we need to lobby our heads of states when they meet together to issue statements, and not just statements, to go into action, to ensure that if the World Bank is going to deny funding to one of us on these political issues, which is even against the founding treaty of the World Bank, then all of us will take concerted action so that they know they cannot use such measures to target one country against another. There is currently a challenge in court against the anti-homosexuality law, and I think the Court of Appeal may have expressed concern about one or two provisions in the law, but most of the law has been upheld as we speak. The fourth case study is Ghana. In 2021, a member of parliament in Ghana published the Family Values Bill in Ghana. This bill was passed by the Ghana Parliament in 2024, a few months ago, I think in February this year, but the President of Ghana has not signed it into law. He is under a lot of pressure not to sign it into law from the usual suspects, and he has said that he will first wait for the Supreme Court of Ghana, which has taken up a challenge against the constitutionality of the bill. What I found interesting in the Ghanaian case is that there were 6 promoters to the bill. So individual members of parliament, many of them came together. They had a detailed and long memorandum of reasons. The typical bill has 2-3 paragraphs giving a justification. They have a number of pages. They refer to international treaties. They refer to other documents at the African level, including the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, to justify their Family Values Bill. In their bill, they include the duty to promote family values, which is yet another development that is showing how much we can get done legislatively. And they prohibit LGBT acts, they prohibit procuring, they prohibit the ones who manage premises used for LGBT, they prohibit public shows, propaganda, advocacy in support of LGBT, they prohibit clubs, and they also expressly prohibit adoption by same-sex related persons. The penalties in the Ghanaian case are mild. They are not like the ones of Uganda, for example. Their average or normal penalty in most of the bill is 3 years maximum penalty or a fine. And then in the case of the people managing premises used for gay sex, the penalty increases, minimum of 3 years, maximum of 6 years. So that is the example of Ghana. Then I also wanted to give a case study about Kenya. In 2023, one of the members of parliament who was here in the first Inter-Parliamentary conference, Honorable Peter Kaluma of Kenya, published an anti-homosexuality bill. He later changed the name to become the Family Protection Bill. This bill has been presented to the Speaker but has not been formally received and tabled in the House. And this is quite unfortunate. Now what is happening is that the people who are opposed to family values, when they hear a sniff of a bill, they even put pressure on our institutions, on the President, on the Speaker, to try and delay the pre-publication phase of the bill. The bill has kept being improved by Honorable Kaluma. It includes a section on objects. What are the reasons for the bill to promote family and family values and other very good objects and basic principles. It has a section dealing with protection of children in educational institutions, which is one of the places where they are quite vulnerable. It talks about rights of parents in education, prohibited sexual acts. It has a section on protection of victims, disqualification of offenders from being involved in matters involving children, like children homes or education facilities. And then it also includes express limitation of certain rights. So the experience in Kenya is that sometimes the statute is deemed unconstitutional because of not being aligned with the constitution. And this happens because people take a very tortured interpretation of certain constitutional provisions. So taking that into account, there is a deliberate attempt in the bill to make reference to certain constitutional provisions, and where the constitutional provision allows for limitation, to expressly indicate the limitation and the reason for the limitation. The Kenyan case, the penalties that have been proposed are also quite tough. 14 years for normal, I use the word normal, homosexuality, 10 to 30 years for gay sex that is non-consensual, that is a form of rape. And then when it is more aggravated, it is against vulnerable persons, 25 to 30 years imprisonment. So those are some case studies of what is happening in the area of LGBT, because that is the area that has seen the most amount of legislative activity. I insist, family values is not just about LGBT. It's about protecting children, it's about avoiding comprehensive sexuality education, it's about empowering parents, and it's about strengthening families. So this is just case studies. I thought it's important I speak about a few French-speaking countries in Africa. In the case of Cameroon, because they are both English-speaking and French-speaking, they kind of like borrow from both legal systems. And their penal code was amended in 1972 to prohibit homosexuality. In 2023, through administrative action, it's not only laws, administrative action can really help in strengthening family values. Their Communication Council or Commission published some guidelines prohibiting the broadcast of homosexual content. And within 2 or 3 months, they had already suspended a broadcaster who was broadcasting homosexual content. In the case of Ivory Coast and Gabon, there is no express law prohibiting homosexual behavior, but there are laws prohibiting public indecency and public manifestation, marriage, all those things are not allowed. And in the case of Gabon, they passed a law to prohibit homosexual behavior in June 2019. And 1 year later, they repealed that law. So it shows you that it is not necessary that when the laws pass, they remain in force. Having looked at those case studies, I want to come to the last part of my presentation by reflecting on some focus areas for legislation. As legislators, as you go back to your various parliaments, what are some of the focus areas from now, May 2024, going forward? One is to deal with these issues that we have been discussing at national, at regional, and at continental levels. In this hall, you have representatives from the East African Legislative Assembly. You have other regional bodies that are able to pass treaties or agreements or laws. And all of us can influence our various heads of state and ministers and ambassadors to the African Union, so that even at the African Union level, we can try to engage on legislative and administrative measures to protect the African family. Second is we need to recognize what are the areas, the substantive areas that we need to focus on. You have the area of human rights. We have to clarify the content of human rights. when we talk about cultural neocolonialism, it is other people imposing what I call anti-values on us. We have our strong values in Africa. So we need to resist those ones by ensuring we define clearly what is the content of human rights. Areas of family and family values, there is room for distinct statutes or distinct provisions, strengthening the nature of family, stabilizing it. And there are all manner of ways of helping families to thrive in the 21st century. There is an area of education and health. And in this area, there is again a lot of possibility of ensuring that family values are respected. And finally, there are possibilities to have laws on culture, promotion of positive cultural values. The third area of focus for legislation is treaties. And based on the previous year's communique and protocols and the discussions that have been going on today, there has been a proposal to have a protocol to the African Charter, or maybe a full treaty of the African Union on family and family values. There is also proposal to have a charter, not just a treaty, but also a charter, which is a declaratory statement about the African family and about family values. And there is also a proposal that at the international level, we need to work very hard towards the dismantling of the Samoa Treaty, or at least the amendment of the objectionable provisions of this treaty. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the broad areas at which yourselves as legislators can engage to promote sovereignty, African values and family values. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Charles Kanyama. I think you've done a human job, and I believe every member here is pleased with your presentation. We will move to contributions by delegations towards the draft outcome document. And per our program, each country will give us a brief, and the brief is not more than 5 minutes. I hope you all have the program. So you go by the program as the names of the country has been highlighted in our programs. So we will begin from Ghana. So delegation from Ghana will give us a brief with respect to the draft outcome document. It's not more than 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Madam Chair is not here, but let me stand on the existing protocol to say good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Kwasi Bejra. I'm one of the proponents of the Ghanaian Sexual Rights and Family Value Bill that was passed. In fact, two of us are here, and in addition to our colleagues. I'm also a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, that's the regional parliament, as well as the president of the Parliamentary Christian Fellowship. In fact, our contribution has just been elaborated by Charles. I was wondering whether Charles has seen our contribution. All the things we wanted to say, he has said it already. So I'm just going to sit down. But before I sit down, Mr. Chair, let me say that unexamined life is not worth living. I think the sages were right. And this meeting, or this conference, which is the second African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family Value and Sovereignty, is taking place to reflect in order to make meaningful proposal to the draft action, which could not have come at a better time than this. Colleagues, members of parliament, Africa all over the years will wait for others to take the lead, and then we follow. A typical example of the Samoa EU-ACP agreement, where the European Union decided as to what they want in the agreement without our input. The continent of Africa abounds in all the resources that you can think of. Most contributors have already alluded to that, to make us truly economically independent without any external support. The EU needs Africa more than we need them. Yet, Africans think without EU or other support, we cannot survive. Unfortunately, this is all because of leadership deficit on our continent that has exacerbated this problem. How could our heads of state sign an agreement that is not only flawed and against our very existence, but also undermines our family and cultural values, as well as our sovereignty? And so our contribution for this conference: one, the Ghanaian delegation is proposing that we recognize the need for African unity and the fact that whatever affects an African country affects all Africans. To this effect, this conference should solidarize with the Speaker and the people of Uganda a request for the lifting of sanctions imposed on them. For we all know why they are targeted and sanctioned, all because of the passage of the anti-LGBT law. And we demand that it should be now, which is fundamental to our African family and cultural values. Two, we request our heads of state and government through AU to adopt our communique. Three, request Pan-African Parliament, which is the august body for Africa, to adopt a resolution to recognize Africa's culture and family values and reject any negative clauses in any agreement, such as the current EU-ACP Samoa agreement. You also request all our regional parliaments, such as ECOWAS Parliament, East African Parliament, the North African Parliament, there's one like that, the Central African Parliament, to do the same as I have enumerated in number 3. And also lobby all the regional blocs, that's the Anglophones, the Francophones, the Lusophones blocs, to do the same. 5, we request our national parliaments to recognize African culture and family values and sovereignty, and similarly pass the anti-LGBT or anti-gay laws where necessary to send a clear signal that as a sovereign nations, we are not ready to compromise our family and culture values. To draft a framework that will guide all African national parliaments towards establishing a caucus on family and cultural values, as well as the protection of our sovereign states. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Ghana. It is now the turn of Zimbabwe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable speakers and deputy speakers of parliament, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Let me from the onset register my sincere gratitude to address the august House, whose objective is primarily to preserve, protect, and uphold our sovereignty, African family values, and culture. My focus is on amplifying Zimbabwe's voice in the draft outcome document. It is imperative to note that Zimbabwe, like many African countries, is confronted by a wide array of transnational challenges in the field of pandemics, organized crime, migration, and the fourth industrial revolution, among others. Climate change then exacerbates these existing challenges. Climate change-induced calamities are on the increase in both intensity and frequency, as witnessed by unparalleled extreme weather events such as floods, cyclones, and catastrophic droughts in our backyards. Accordingly, Zimbabwe's position on protecting sovereignty, African family, and cultural value is anchored on commitment to national identity, self-determination, and the promotion of African unity and the heritage. The following list, although not exhaustive, constitutes our contribution to the draft outcome document. Parliaments must ensure there are robust legal and policy frameworks that safeguard national sovereignty and promote cultural and family values. This is achievable by regulating and establishing mechanisms for the protection of national interests, among other things. To this end, Zimbabwe is finalizing a comprehensive climate change bill. This climate law will address, among other issues, mitigation and adaptation efforts, climate financing, measurement of greenhouse gas emissions, compliance, reporting, as well as carbon trading regulations. Furthermore, there must be effective application of oversight function on the executive to guarantee accountability at all times. Parliaments must therefore effectively scrutinize, debate, and review international agreements and treaties such as Samoa Agreement before approving for ratification. In the case of Zimbabwe, the Constitution in Section 327 provides for that. This is important to ensure these agreements and treaties are consistent with national sovereignty and do not compromise on critical national interests like family values and culture. Adding value and beneficiation to our numerous resources within our borders through industrialization is pivotal in empowering our communities. Besides reducing economic dependence on donations, which often come with stringent and unfavorable conditions attached, it curtails the exporting of jobs, thereby creating employment, particularly for our youth. Increase the political will and commitment to regional integration on our continent through the African Continental Free Trade Area, Southern African Development Community, and COMESA, among other things. Promotion of education and awareness programs that emphasize the importance of cultural heritage, family values, and national sovereignty are pertinent. Zimbabwe's first lady, Dr. Oxfam Mnangagwa, is at the forefront of programs and activities aimed at preserving, promoting, and protecting African family values and culture. They include such initiatives as cooking and eating traditional foods and African fashion promotion that has resulted in the introduction of the national fabric worn at national gatherings. Also included are the nationwide family values campaigns and the preservation of traditional crafts such as wood carvings, basket weaving, and pottery. By utilizing our legislative oversight, advocacy, and engagement functions, we as parliamentarians can contribute to the development of policies and agreements that respect and protect our sovereignty, family and cultural values, which are important aspects of our national identity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Let me now come to Malawi.
Good afternoon, all delegates, Honorable Chairperson, and all protocols observed. I would like to say that this conference has been a productive and has offered an important platform for African countries here present to raise and discuss issues which affect our traditional values and culture as Africans. Malawi thanks our host, Uganda, and all who tirelessly worked to make this conference happen. The outcome document in this is very important since it will reflect on the discussions and deliberations that have been happened at this conference. More importantly, this document will communicate the various concerns raised and the resolutions made at this conference. I wish, therefore, to submit that these documents should communicate 3 keys, that is from the people of Malawi. One, we would like to see this document that it should clearly and boldly communicate that African states here present are proud of our culture, heritage, and that it is therefore our wish and intention to preserve, to reinforce our culture, traditions, and family values. Secondly, the document should also communicate that our clear displeasure and resistance to any attempt to impose practice and beliefs that are contrary to our African values through any measure, including international agreements. Malawi notes and appreciates the concerns that have been raised in this conference on the Samoa Agreement and strongly subscribe to the views that Africa should take a stand in order to maintain our traditional and cultural values, which will preserve the institutions of marriage and family for the sustenance of our society. Finally, Honorables, I would like to say that this document should communicate to that African states here present will use all legally available options to ensure that Africa's voice is heard in all matters that concerns us. We are therefore re-emphasizing the problems that says Africans' solution should be for Africans' problem. And nobody can give us solutions because we are our own Africa country. Thank you, Honorable Chair and all delegates.
Thank you very much, Malawi. Let's now turn our attention to Cameroon. So, honorable members representing the respective countries, we would like to hear your name. So mention your name before you begin with your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for recognizing me. My name is Ago Oliver Baminjo. I'm a member of Parliament in Cameroon. On behalf of our delegation, I wish to make a few remarks. And first, I want to say that the presenter talked about Cameroon when he was making his presentation. I want to say that the issue about the topic under review in Cameroon does not lie only with Parliament. It is a matter that engulfs all stake institutions. It went further when the ambassador of AGBC wrote to visit Cameroon. The Cameroon Minister of Interior wrote back to him in France that per our constitution, you are not allowed to step your feet in our land because you are not welcome by virtue of who you are. So it was not only a matter of the press, though the Communication Council was also, the Communication Council in Cameroon is monitoring the press. The Ministry of Interior is right there monitoring the territory of the Republic, such that no such things to pass in the country. And so recently we adopted a bill on online child protection to go, just as the presenter said, this matter is not only about LGBT, it is to protect the family. We adopted an online child protection law in our country last year before last. And so in line with this protection, in line with blocking all the little channels that this devil can pass into our country. And then coming out to talk about a few things that few points that we think that can be made. I want to take the example from the data protection, from the online digital space. You see, the African Union, they designed the African Union Data Policy Framework, a comprehensive document that engulfs the entire, that gives a vision about how the internet, about how the digital space should be utilized in Africa. So we think that if the African Union, by coming out with a common document that gives a vision on how the family and the culture, the African families and culture can be protected, is going to be I think that it can really be welcome. And this can be done through debate. We are here in Uganda discussing this thing, but just as the first person who spoke here, I think from Ghana, if a deliberation can be made from the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa, is going to have a heavy weight, so that if that deliberation is made, and then they submit to the African Union and say, this is the position of members of parliament from Africa, I think the African Union now will have a better point, a better stand to say this is the situation of Africa. Because what is happening now, the presenter said that Uganda was left on its own. And now, because there was no common instrument from Africa to give power to the other African countries. And so it is the same thing when Gaddafi was being attacked. The African Union were meeting in Malabo. No common statement was made. And so we think that if the Pan-African Parliament can make a common statement, and then the African Union come up with a common document, it's going to give us a push. Even we who are deliberating here today, is going to give us a real push in order how we can move forward. I think with that we are thinking that the second thing we are thinking that the international financial architecture has a lot of conditionality attached to official development assistance. If it can be reformed so that these conditionalities are attached to the official development assistance affect our cultural values, affect the African family. I see if they can reform it so that African family can be free, so that we can really have the voice to determine who to do our things with, the kind of financial institution we can approach is going to really help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Cameroon. Let's invite Gambia. Gambia.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and of course my colleagues, parliamentarians. I am Honorable Abdoulaye Cisse, the Deputy Majority Leader from the Gambia. From the presentation, our position as for Gambia is one I just wanted to align myself with the first speaker from Ghana. I think he has given us all the things that we actually wanted to say. I was talking to my colleague. But of course, Gambia first, as a parliament, will take this outcome document very, very, very seriously, because for us, we discuss among ourselves that we do not have such laws in the Gambia currently. But what do we do as parliamentarians to, sensitize our people? And that's what we've discussed together. We will go back and then work on that. But of course, also, I wanted to say this. The regional parliaments and all other national parliaments must take up this outcome document very seriously. Parliamentarians must be talking about the African values and our cultures. We must take it very seriously and be advocating for it anywhere we are, because it is for us to take and accept what we have first. Then we are able to convince other people outside. So we take it very seriously. Like I said, I just wanted to be very brief, because for us in the Gambia, we do not have problems of these kind of things. It's purely a predominantly Muslim country, 95%. I mean, there is respect for our culture and tradition, and then all of us have embraced that. So when we come here, we learn from other countries, and of course go back and see how do we strengthen our laws to at least merge with other African countries around the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother from Gambia. We turn to Zambia. Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Imanga Omnyima Jr., Member of Parliament in Zambia. I would like first from the onset to state that as Zambia, we stand in solidarity with Uganda's position in passing legislation that promotes the family values and sovereignty. And in standing in solidarity, would like to state that even as a country, we do believe that family values that border on the promotion of good culture must be protected. And it is this that, in essence, we as a country have affirmed our position in protecting our children by constitutionalizing our position as a Christian nation from the Constitution, while acknowledging the practice of other religions. Further, part of our contribution from this meeting is that this ACP-EU agreement requires a special strategy to slow down in those areas that it has flaws, where it slows down family values, and that we should not limit the protection of family values and sovereignty to the ACP-EU agreement, but must be extended to other forms that come with for example, vis-à-vis conditions tied to grants and aid that threaten the family values entrenched in the African culture. We also call for the implementation and setting up of forums in all parliaments in Africa to support this agenda of promoting family values and sovereignty. And in doing this, as Zambia, we would like to propose that each country represented here should take a leaf from Uganda and set up in their parliaments forums and networks that should solely promote family values. And to this effect, we would like this to be a continental agenda and would propose that Uganda should be the secretariat of this as they have taken the lead. We also call for the implementation of this agenda at all regional bodies and at continental level. This includes Pan-African Parliament, SADC, ECOWAS, so that we may be able to be on the same page. We also, from this, have a take-home of mainstreaming African values and sovereignty into legal and policy framework. And in so doing, we'll be able to move from this being a talk show to it being practical, because we need to really have this implemented in our legislation. And as a country that has a monolithic adoption of agreements and laws, our parliament commits to give oversight on the adoption of this ACP and EU agreement, and to ensure that whatever threatens the family values and African position in terms of our culture is addressed. I would like to end by saying that I'd like to thank all the countries that have participated in the first conference and second conference, and we would like to call for the adoption of the outcomes of this meeting by all countries, and that in bringing together the legislature, which is a main lawmaking organ of every country, we must find a way of putting the executives of each country together. And to this effect, part of the outcomes and contributions to this meeting is having a clear strategy with timelines on how we integrate the executive in implementing what we have come here to address, and which is therefore to safeguard our family values and culture and sovereignty. I thank you very much.
Let me also thank you, member from Zambia. We are in East Africa, so we turn to our colleagues from Tanzania. Tanzania. Are they not here? If they are not here, we will skip to Comoros. Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Messieurs les présidents des assemblées ici présents, honorables députés, l'Union des Comores est un pays à 99% musulmans. Et non seulement ça, les Comores est un pays musulman que, comme c'est bien souligné, bien mentionné dans la préambule de notre Constitution. Sur ce, l'homosexualité est contre les valeurs familiale, culturelle et religieuse de notre pays. L'homosexualité est un fléau malheureusement qui se répand partout dans le monde. L'Afrique n'est pas épargnée et nous sommes conscients tous des lobbyings menés par certains pays pour que nos valeurs familiales et culturelles soient éradiquées par ce fléau qui n'a pas sa place dans notre continent. En tant que parlementaire, je propose que ce combat doit être mené massivement au niveau de nos gouvernements et au niveau des institutions panafricaines, à leur tête, bien sûr, l'Union africaine. Donc, je voulais, sur le document prochain, que nous insistions sur nos gouvernements, qu'ils soient bien impliqués, qu'ils s'impliquent de plus en plus sur ce combat, et effectivement l'Union africaine. Comme nous avons vécu hier ici sur l'accord ACPUE de Samoa, c'est toute l'Union européenne qui est derrière cet accord qui a des conséquences catastrophiques par rapport à nos valeurs familiales. Donc, l'Union africaine ne doit pas être en marge de ce combat, sinon nous risquerons de le perdre. Je demanderai plutôt que les documents que nous produisons ici, les rapports, et surtout le rapport final, le communiqué, que nous puissions l'avoir également en français, parce que, comme vous savez, il y a des pays anglophones ici présents, mais également des pays francophones. Donc je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. We move to South Sudan. South Sudan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Honorable Jimmy Quith from South Sudan. Our contribution toward the documents. In fact, in our laws is very clear in other article regarding this issue of homosexual and others issue with Istanbul. I would like to appreciate the presenter, which I wish it could be the first thing for the last year, first African conference, parliamentarian conference, to adopt the communique of last year before we proceed to second conference. I came late yesterday. If I knew that it was not adopted, as a parliamentarian system, we could adopt the last year communique so that it should give the room to our new teams who have just arrived this second conference. Thank you for the last presentation on communique of last year. South Sudan need to be in front. Instead of putting all these things of culture and family value, we need to be in front for generational radical change. For mindset of those who impose their culture on us from 16th century up to this moment, is the 20th century. We need to be in front as Africa to change that mindset that we are independent. To promote the value of our children and the family, it's very clear that the mindset of those who impose the negative or bad culture on us try to undermine if a country makes its own decision in regard to a direction they want to go or they want to move based on their constitution. And those, if you decide to make your own decision as a separatist country in your own constitution, they are against you and they say you are against them. So we need to remove that and eradicate, move with a big campaign in our grassroots levels so that people must be aware about their constitution. And I would like us, all of us, to support Uganda and clap for them for this decision. However, South Sudan is assuring or reaffirming action or commitment not to allow any treaties which are against our value, family, value, culture. We will not allow from now or from last year up to this moment. We have never allowed any treaties or the agreement which is against our cultural value, and we will not allow that. It's about dignity. If you love family, then you are not going to be called a man or woman. In our constitution, not constitution alone, even the Bible, one man, one woman. There are no more men and there are no more women. That would not be allowed in Africa if it is happened in different countries. To promote our culture and dignity of the family value, South Sudan to establish as one of the resolutions of 2023 in Entebbe, the subcommittee of parliamentarians to advocate and lobby for the family and culture value in South Sudan Parliament. In different constitutions, I'm not sure about other African constitutions, but in South Sudan constitution, there is no room for LGB. If you attempt to introduce such article or regulation, then you have no room in South Sudan. Conclusion, as a delegation from South Sudan, we shall call upon our Minister of Justice, Foreign Affairs, or any relevant institution and brief the Parliament on treaties or agreement that may tamper with the family value or undermine our family values and sovereignty of our country. We are Uganda people, dear Parliament, South Sudan, we are fully behind you guys. And we are recommitted many times because we are sharing a lot of border. And let us tie our bell together on this negative sanction. We shall stand with you all the time. Thank you very much.
South Sudan, thank you. Do you have Nigerians here? Nigeria? Yes. If our big brothers are not here, let's turn to Ethiopia. Ethiopia. It appears they are also not here. We move to Egypt. Egypt. Egypt appears also not in the room. Burundi. Burundi. Yes.
Monsieur très honorable Président des Assemblées nationales, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout protocole observé, bon après-midi. Moi et toute la délégation burundaise, nous sommes pour un accord qui favorise tout le monde. Le Burundi, comme d'autres pays africains, n'a pas été épargné par la pandémie. Nous avons aussi reçu les vaccins comme d'autres pays. Mais notre pays a lancé une campagne de respecter des mesures barrières comme seul moyen efficace de lutter contre cette pandémie. Aujourd'hui, la population burundaise est appelée à continuer de respecter ces mesures barrières afin qu'elle puisse lutter contre d'autres maladies opportunistes. La déforestation liée à une démographie galopante constitue aussi une menace contre le bien-être familial. J'interpelle à tous les pays africains de mener aussi une campagne de lutter contre les changements climatiques, car beaucoup de familles africaines sont menacées par les eaux des rivières et des lacs qui montent d'une part et la sécheresse d'autre part. Les diverses maladies profitent de l'occasion pour attaquer nos familles respectives. Certaines familles victimes des catastrophes liées au changement climatique sont obligées de déménager vers d'autres sites aménagés. Il est alors nécessaire de veiller sur l'éducation des jeunes issus de ces familles, sinon on peut observer beaucoup d'abandons scolaires ou bien qui peuvent se livrer à la vagabondage sexuel. Le Burundi reste convaincu que la famille est fondée sur l'union entre l'homme et la femme et les enfants issus de cette union. Dieu nous a donné les yeux pour voir et les oreilles pour entendre. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Yes, I can see Somalia. So it's the turn of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honourable speakers, deputy speakers, members of parliament, other guests, good afternoon. Somalia is the first time we are participating in the African Inter-Parliamentary on this issue on family values and sovereignty. In our country, as a Muslim, we have no problem of LGTB, and there's no room in Somali society, such organizations, luckily. We have to put effort on our, starting from the household, there are the guiding principles that your family unit creates will depend on many factors, including culture, personality, race, and religion. Here are some examples of family values that can promote health households. To mention them: empathy. Within your family, you can practice kindness by considering the emotions of other members and seeking to understand their points of view. You can help children develop sympathy by encouraging them to talk about their feelings, modeling sharing with others, and participating in volunteer activities. Shared activity, we share with the family the time with them. In common interests, prioritize spending time with immediate and extended family members whenever possible. Honesty, another important value that we consider. Telling the truth is not always easy, but it is essential to maintain trust between family members. You can teach children honesty by giving consequences of lies, modeling ethical behavior, and not punishing them for telling the truth. Love, deep affection, and attachment keep families together. Simple ways to demonstrate your love for your family include giving them small but thoughtful gifts, providing physical affection, and verbally expressing your feelings. Loyalty, another important value, family value. Families should support each other in difficult times and not intentionally harm each other. You can foster family loyalty by encouraging members to share their feelings, not shaming them for mistakes, and making caring for the family a priority. Perseverance. Your family will face many complex challenges over the years. You can develop resilience by creating shared goals, practicing self-care, and working together to overcome obstacles. Respect. This is another factor. Treat your family members and other people with care and politeness. You can help children learn respect by discouraging disrespectful behavior, setting boundaries, and teaching polite manner. These family values, can serve a helpful starting point for developing your common beliefs and morals. When we consider the relation between our continent, our countries with other partners, should be respected the following point. It has to be respected the basic fabric of each society based on its religious beliefs and culture. There must be a common strategy for protecting these values. There must be laws protecting the infiltration of all antisocial behavior. There must be social media control regulation. This is another factor that to be considered. Finally, we are committed as Somalia to support the outcome of this conference. We thank the Uganda government for warm welcome reserved for our mission or our country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
From Somalia, let's come to Botswana. Botswana.
Thank you, Director or Facilitator. Right Honorable Speakers here present, Deputy Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. From the presentations and the lectures that we received today, it's evident that the world is becoming more complex.
Honorable Member, you didn't hear your name.
Oh, my name is Honorable Hikwama from Botswana. Yes, I said from the presentations and lectures that we received this morning and the whole of today, it's evident that the world is becoming more complex and dangerous. I think that also poses a danger and threats to the human existence. But it calls for us as Africans to get united, to stand united against all these adversaries, for us to remain in existence. Otherwise, we will disappear under this complex phenomenon. I think as Africa, we should not fear to reject all the treaties which pose threats to our cultural values and unity. We should not fear sanctions because our prosperity as a continent and progress lies on our unity, lies on our natural resources, not foreign aids. We have to recognize African cultural values by promoting family values at all levels, from domestic to an international scale. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes the family as the basic unit of a society, which is responsible for socializing family members, passing on family and social values, and during the development of countries and nations across the globe. As such, we can't afford to lose our African cultural values and claim to be human. Let's unite as African and conquer the world, give it meaning and human direction. As people have already said, I think Africa is the only continent left to defend humanity and give it meaning. If we let these treaties and agreements take away our sovereignty and African cultural values, we are doomed. So let's stand up, let's unite as African, let's work together, let's not fear to be sanctioned. And we should know that when one country of Africa is attacked, we are all attacked, because there is an adage that says an injury to one is an injury to all. I think it's the concept that we should try to own as an African continent. Otherwise, we will defeat all the adversaries and powerful European countries. I think with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, let's stand as African as an African continent and stand for our beliefs and culture. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Botswana. Let's turn to Eswatini. Eswatini, are they here? Very well.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kelane Dlamini, a Senate member of the Parliament of Eswatini. Thank you, Your Honorable Honorable Chairperson, for granting us the opportunity to contribute to this important draft outcome document. The Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes the need for diligence in international cooperation, as there is a concerning tendency to include review outcome documents among the list of binding agreements. This is considering the complex socio-political global landscape wherein the developing world is being pressured to adopt harmful ideologies and principles which undermine state sovereignty. We have had fruitful discussions with active participation and contributions from honorable members. Emphasis have been placed on the need to delay the ratification of the treaty, revisit the treaty, or reinstate the reservation clause and have unilateral statements and declarations and make amendments, among others. We reaffirm our commitment to advance the legal options that were presented. The importance of not committing a country by signing the treaty is paramount. The Kingdom of Eswatini further pledges to promote the African family and cultural values to address the challenges faced by the African countries. Africa has to take steps to accord the right to sovereignty, development, civil, economic, and political rights, explicit recognition in national policies and legal frameworks, including constitutions and national development plans as appropriate. Such steps will support African countries to buttress the process of either to review the treaty or release it. Africa is already facing a wide range of impacts related to the treaty. African family being eroded, cultural values being depleted, leading to degrading of Africa. There is growing dependency on funding for sustainability and development for African countries. As our Malawi member said, I quote, "Africa should be proud of her roots," unquote. Africa can be self-sustainable as it is endowed with resources. The use of technology will ensure broad consultation, information sharing, and that participation is held in ongoing implementation processes related to our African family and cultural values, and addresses the effects already caused, such as the use of technology, AI, less inclusion of women in decision-making, eroded Ubuntu, values that define Africa and our future generation. There is need to actively support the adoption of unilateral statements and declarations and make amendments on legal options available by national assemblies. We recommend the appointment of the Africa champions for the reservation of our family and cultural values to form a representative committee to support the African states at all levels to address challenges raised related to the treaty, especially dealing with the issues of formulation of declarations and reservations. Lastly, to request the champions to submit an outcome document to the high-level summit and let the African voice be heard. We cannot stress enough that the intensity of the treaty will be greater impact on the upcoming Africa generation. The light has shone. I thank you.
The light is indeed on. Thank you, Madam. Let's now invite the contribution from Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour l'occasion que vous nous donnez de nous exprimer autour des éléments d'échange qui ont eu lieu au cours de cette conférence. La délégation du Burkina Faso a suivi avec intérêt toutes les communications qui ont été faites au cours de ces 2 jours. Beaucoup de ces préoccupations évoquées nous concernent et nous interpellent à plus d'un titre, à savoir le retour à la culture africaine comme fondement de notre souveraineté. Le Burkina Faso est déjà dans la dynamique avec l'institutionnalisation de la journée des traditions et coutumes, la Semaine nationale de la culture placée sous la présidence du chef de l'État, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, est en cours depuis le 27 avril et prendra fin le 5 mai courant. Cette activité tend à renforcer la promotion de la diversité culturelle et à rendre les populations plus résilientes face aux défis émergents. Des réformes dans le domaine de l'éducation sont en cours pour donner des repères aux générations futures. Pour ce qui est du traité de Samoa, le Burkina Faso a pris bonne note des recours dont il dispose, si besoin en était, pour garantir la protection des valeurs familiales et culturelles, thème de cette présente rencontre. Nous souhaitons rentrer en possession de toute la documentation en français portant sur le traité, ainsi que les éléments de langage pour le plaidoyer afin d'apporter notre contribution à la défense des intérêts de l'Afrique. S'agissant de la question de la sécurité sanitaire, le Burkina Faso est favorable à la mise en place d'un centre de contrôle africain et de contrôle africain pour l'introduction des vaccins et tout autre produit en Afrique. Aussi, nous appelons à plus de solidarité face à la question sécuritaire et du terrorisme. On ne dit pas, ne dit-on pas que seul on va vite, mais ensemble on va plus loin. Alors, unissons-nous pour mettre fin au colonialisme sous toutes ses formes. Comme le disait le capitaine Thomas Sankara, nous devons accepter de vivre africain. C'est la seule façon de vivre libre et dignement. Donc, nous voulons, du haut de cette tribune, inviter à l'unité africaine réelle, pas une unité de façade, pour que ensemble nous nous tenons main dans la main face à toutes les éventualités possibles pour défendre les intérêts de l'Afrique. Vous savez très bien que la question du terrorisme est d'abord un problème occidental. Ceux qui disent, qui ont créé leur mot, c'est eux qui l'exécutent, et tout cela pour nous priver de notre liberté et de notre souveraineté. Donc, ensemble, luttons pour vaincre, et c'est ensemble que nous allons donc rendre notre Afrique réellement libre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Let's finally listen to our brothers from Kenya. Kenya.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this session this afternoon. Standing on the protocols already announced in the interest of this great conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, delegates of this second Pan-African Conference on family and cultural values, the host country, the great Republic of Uganda, a nation we are proud as members of the black race, this continent of Africa, for standing out for the preservation of humanity by refusing any blackmail. We salute you on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, your nation, for your stand. In the interest of the conference attention, allow me, Chair, to quote some of the thoughts shared by other writers. We don't have to reinvent the wheel when we are encouraging one another. But first, before I give our thoughts, I want to appreciate all the presenters that gave us a lot of insight into the goings on in the international arena and conspiracies that yet again is planning to deprive Africa their sense of dignity as the members of the human race. Yet again, they want to tell us we are not on the table, by the table, and that we are supposed to be on the menu because of our minerals and naturals. I want to thank you, the presenters, those who are here and those who have already left. But allow me to quote from an editor of one of the, what they call the Times of India, a lady by the name Finita Daura Nangia. She said in one of her articles, allow me to read, quote, "Do we stop to think of the sacrifices made and what it meant to be treated as a second-class citizens in our own country? Or is that just relegated to our history books and then left behind along with our years as students? Do we make an attempt to carry that baton, or does it lie unattended?" End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seated in this conference not as a ceremonial meeting. We are the sons and daughters of the freedom fighters that fought for independence for our African countries. In the interest of those who are watching us by online, I wish to repeat again. We are not seated here for some kind of cultural entertainment, entertaining the world with some words that brought independence to all the countries of Africa. Samuel Huntington is a professor who taught political science in America for almost half a century, has written a book containing political prophecy about days to come after the Cold World War. He has written a book called The Clash of Civilizations and the Making of the New World Order. In this book, he has said, the primary source of conflict in the post-Cold War era will not be ideology, and it will not be between countries and countries, but he says it will be between those who stand with the people's cultural and religious identity and those who are against it. End of quote. Somebody commented when he was writing. And therefore, where we are headed to, we cannot be limited by other people deciding how we should live and whether we can be in this world like other people. To fight for our values and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen and members of this great conference and delegates, on behalf of Kenyan delegation, we are seated here yet again, be present with you. We reaffirm the resolutions of Entebbe 1. We have no regret about it. We stand by it and every detail given, whether it refers to Cotonou Declaration, and we were aware about the one which was coming, known as Samoa. We stand by and reaffirm our stand and on that declaration. Number two, our culture remains the basis of our identity. Because without identity, you got no destiny. You are just buretu if you have no color in terms of what is right and wrong. Then who are you? In Kiswahili, we say, we ni nyang'augani. What animal are you? Because elephants behave with a certain culture. Giraffes in our country behaves in a certain culture. Animals do it. You as a human being must have culture. And therefore, we stand by culture, that is our cultural values, and we believe in it mutating, but without losing the foundation of the same. The second thing, the third issue, the protection of family. It is central to our stand as the delegation from Kenya. Notwithstanding anything else, family is about a natural preservation of a race and a people. Other options are unsustainable. The ones being recommended and given some names that are suggesting they are just words that impress us. It has no scientific proof. It is not based on scientific discovery. It is just agitation from people who are really working on a certain idea that needs to be accepted by campaigning for it. It is a product of coercing. For them to survive, they must recruit, they must propagate, they must sustain it by their own effort. But the human family, which is natural, it takes only a man and a woman to enter into that room. And when they come out, there is a product. We have the next generation. These are the characters, they go inside there and they come out empty. And they look around for adoption. We will not be blackmailed. In all human societies, the family is a primary social unit. And as an institution, the family is older than that of religion or state. Children are born and nurtured in the family until such time as they grow into adults and found their own families. That is our stand. Fourth, we cannot allow, therefore, any treaty to put our countries into silos. We cannot accept to be balkanized. They may have succeeded in some few treaties ago, but from this conference, I think we are going home with a new impetus. We want to speak to our parliaments and our leadership in our own countries that Africa is one. The wave in West Africa in this century are the young men and women coming to a new renaissance, that Africa is one. Must be treated from Egypt to South Africa, from eastern coast to the western coast. Africa is our continent, and we are proud as black men and women that this is our continent. We cannot be balkanized, but we remain as one. So what happens in the east affects the west. What happens in the south affects the north, and we are our brothers' keepers, and we must stand with them. Friends, as we conclude this conference, I'm sure the writing is going on, is that we need an executor of our resolutions. We need an administration for any organization such as ours, which brings leaders together we need a secretariat that carries out this resolution and be able to carry it out into all institutions that are expected to implement, including the AU, including all regional places, and including heads of governments. We visit them and make what they call a courtesy call and make sure that we sensitize everyone that is concerned. I hope this conference will adopt that we need to have a secretariat, and Brother Chair, you can guide us from Uganda's experience, and it is you who have hosted us. We don't want to come here and do the same thing all the time. We want to come here and read about the progress on how we have caucused on the resolutions that we have made. Also, I wish to declare that on behalf of Kenyan delegates, we join all of you who have spoken ahead of us, that we declare unwavering support to the Republic of Uganda, the President and its Parliament and its people on their decision and how they have stood on this subject matter of homosexuality. Africa might have been silent, but that is not true that they are against Uganda. We are with Uganda. And therefore, I hope it will be included in our discussion, communicate tomorrow, that as we have said by all delegates, that we demand the unconditional lifting of all sanctions that has been levied on Uganda. And any embargo on any individual or seizing of property of any individual while exercising a public duty in the Republic of Uganda in the business of saying he cannot visit the free world. Listen to the irony of our friends. In 1949, they wrote about NATO, which brings together 30 countries, or in terms of security and securing themselves. In what is declared as Washington Treaty, they declared, quote, that an attack against one ally, is an attack against all. This was at the core of that alliance and a promise of a collective defense, end of quote. In the spirit of this, it cannot be good for them and can be wrong for us. We as a continent of 53 countries, an attack on one is an attack on all of us. And we take this opportunity to implore and appeal to our heads of states and governments in Africa to come out and defend our own. Today it is Uganda, tomorrow it might be Kenya. The other day will be South Africa. Now that you are moving to move out of WHO, you are facing sanction in days to come. And then we will stand together. Allow me to conclude, Chair, by reading words that were written by Mahatma Gandhi in 1927 as he wrote to his grandson. He said, son, as you grow into the world, remember that there are 7 deadly sins in society. I know you might have read them, but let me remind you. Number 1, it is wealth without work. Africa, if you roam around the world looking for wealth without work, you're walking into deadly traps. Pleasure without conscience. That we accept definition of sexual experiences as given, very crazy. As if Africa is learning how and what sex is all about. Come on, my grandfather, Pundotij Arab Korat, in many years ago, knew how to marry a woman and knew how to have sex. That is why we have They've sired my father. And my father, without, of course, he was better because he went to the Second World War. But he was born of illiterate father and mother who never went to school, but they know how to do this thing. What is this? Are you talking about comprehensive sexuality health education? Who educated my grandfather? They know what to do. In fact, they were trying only to control from immature. You know, we are restraining. Otherwise, born as a son, they know where they want to go and they know where to look for it. Knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, religion without sacrifice, and finally, politics without principle. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Bishop. It appears it was designed to be the last contribution.
I was advised that I should say the name. Actually, I am Honorable Bishop Emeritus, meaning I have retired in the circles of Christian world. When you are emeritus means you retire and retain the title. You have been allowed to retain the title and respect of the name. So I didn't lose it. And then Dr. Jackson Koske, a member of parliament in the Kenyan parliament. Thank you for having me.
Very well, thank you so much. Honorable members, we have had our contributions. We are going to go to open discussion by participants. We were supposed to have, honorable members, will you lend me your ears? The contribution by delegation and technical persons towards the draft outcome document appears to be the same as what we've discussed, only that this one, we are looking at technical persons. So in the contribution, in the open discussions, if there are technical persons, whether you are a legal person or medical person, with regards to the two topics that we have been presented to us, you can come out with your own understanding so that we can include it in the draft document. So we are going to open discussions and we have 1 hour to do that. So anybody who is touched with the two presentations but probably didn't get opportunity by his country to make formal contributions may raise his hands and be called to contribute by way of the discussion that we are going to undertake. Thank you. Yes. Can someone give him the microphone?
My team, can you help with the microphones? Protocol Secretariat team, help with the microphones.
Please, you mention your name and the country you represent. Then you go on with your suggestion or your contribution.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Nsamba Oshabe. I'm a member of parliament in Uganda, but I also represent Uganda in the Pan-African Parliament. I want to thank the organizers of this conference, and I would like to take this opportunity to encourage the organizers to further take the debate at AU level so that it can find its way for discussion and resolution in the Pan-African Parliament. Any decisions taken at Pan-African Parliament probably might add a lot of value to the discussion and to the debate about the treaties and how our heads of governments must respond to them. Because many times those treaties are signed without an effort of sensitizing, without an effort of a debate anywhere in the country. So for me, just an encouragement. The Pan-African Parliament will be holding a session in June. So there is time to make arrangements to have this very discussion have space in that Parliament. Secondly, I would like to take opportunity to say that these debates are very paramount. But we are always in the process of saying, no, we don't want that, without streamlining what we want. Yes, those people who have brought the type of sex education that they want to bring to us. But even the education systems that we are using within our schools, they come from them. We've chosen as Africans to be consumers of everything they bring to us. Can we then, having started such debates, move forward and say, now, this is the kind of education we want our children, we want our people to use, to learn as Africans? Why do we talk about Africa when we do not have a single education system that is appropriate for Africans? We keep always waiting for European Union, we keep always waiting for the wise to tell us what to do and what to study. Are we serious about this? So my encouragement is that as we say we don't want this, we must produce what we want and push that agenda forward. Otherwise, when we just argue we don't want this, without clearly stating what we want, we will be left with no option. People will just adopt that. I want to speak secondly about the languages we use. Why on earth have we failed to adopt a language that is indigenous to Africa? We have Swahili. Swahili is born here. But how many countries speak Swahili? We keep using English, French, English in most countries in Africa. The question is, how many countries have put up a budget to promote Swahili? I keep laughing at my friends from Kenya. I say, Kenya, you bad colonizers. You would have put up a budget and Tanzania to promote this language to the rest of Africa. You have tutors to teach people how to speak the only African language that we have that is recognized at AU. It's not sponsored. And we keep speaking, we meet as Africans, but we use French and English, and we think there is an agenda that we are going to push forward. We cannot talk about culture when we do not have a language. So in my opinion, to protect our culture as well, we must be proud about our languages. So that even if there are 4 African languages, when we meet, we choose to listen from the 4 African languages, which I think it is possible, or 5. You can talk about Northern, Western, Southern, Eastern, And at least we know that the cultures we are speaking about Africa, at least we have a language. Then lastly, we must deal with the issue of poverty in our nations. We will continue saying that we don't want homosexuality. We will come to conferences and say this. When our young people just negotiated by just promising them to go to a European nation, just accept homosexuality, then we will give you citizenship here and there. How many of our young people now are dying to get visas, to go to somewhere they even don't know, but they've promised them that there is hope in that country. In this country of ours, there are so many young people who are dying to get out, to be slaves in the Arab world. It is so painful. And there is no way we are going to stop this until we put our act together. Every day we think as Africans to say, what are our young people? Because we have the youngest population. Our heads of state, what are they doing about it? What are we planning as parliamentarians? How do we have that discussion? How do you put these young people to productive activities? Once they are productive, then you are going to deal with it properly. But my brothers and sisters here, we are here as members of parliament, but in our schools, in every centers where the young people are, they are negotiated to tell them, join this, you will have a life. Be here, you will get citizenship here. Be here, we will give you asylum here. And slowly but slowly, the thing, what we don't want to be part of our culture is eating us up because of the way we've set up our economies.
Yes. Give it to the lady.
Honorable Chair, I have two issues. One of them is a question to the legal expert. The other issue is a comment on the unity. I am Nakut Faith, an MP from Uganda. The question to the legal expert. In your communication, it came out clear that there is a lot of power in the law. The question is, can we put the African traditional penalties for some of these offenses in the law? It appears currently the law is following a different path, while the tradition is following a different path, and the law seems to be stronger than tradition. That's why we are having this dilemma of how to deal with the issues that were properly handled by our ancestors in the past. We allowed the conventional courts to take the law to take center stage against our tradition. Do you see a possibility that we can empower or recognize cultural institutions and leaders within our countries and give them rights within the law to administer certain family values that we feel might be very difficult for conventional courts to handle? It's a question, because now in the process of bargaining what is good for the other and what is bad for the other, we end up abandoning even what we know is good for our people. My comment on the issue of the African unity. Every meeting I have attended, including the Africa Parliamentary Union Conference and several conferences in the continent, the question of African unity is discussed, and there is general consensus that Africa must unite. Unfortunately, the desire to unite has remained in our hearts. and not in our actions. The question of access to different African countries remains an issue. The question of trade within the African continent is also an issue. For as long as they continue to be the main source of our market, our cash crops, then they will set the terms, unfortunately. It is my desire that this House considers practical actions that we will take to our parliaments to push the agenda of African unity. When we say African unity, let's unpack it. What do we want? How can we achieve it? Beyond just what is in our hearts, the love for African unity. That one is in our hearts. What more can we do practically? I am aware of the Africa Continental Free Trade area, the agreement, the Agenda 2063, all those things the head of states in our continent have agreed to. But the journey to 2063 is rolling pretty fast when some countries have not sold anything to the neighboring countries. Some countries have not even sent any citizen. They cannot access. Citizens from Ghana struggle to come here, just like citizens from Uganda struggle to go there. Citizens from Cote d'Ivoire cannot come here easily, similar to citizens from here. So there is a problem. I would wish, it's my considered desire, that this sitting of this conference tries to unpack, and we also take it to our different parliaments. What is it that we can practically do, even if it is one thing in a year, even if it is just one thing? What is it that we can do to see that the journey to the African unity is achieved? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get to South Sudan.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is the proposal for this last contribution by delegation and technical person toward the draft outcome document, the same 5 minutes that has been allocated in the first paragraph. I think it's going to be a repetition since the presentation was not done based on PowerPoint and some documents. Why we don't ask each and every country to put in writing and then put it in technical know-how, so tomorrow will be submitted into the organizer committee as a part of the resolution. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Burkina Faso. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Alors, le fond du problème des pays africains, le canal par lequel l'Occident distille cette toxine en Afrique depuis bien longtemps, nous estimons que c'est notre besoin de financement de l'économie et de notre développement. Pour ce faire, donc, il est important que les pays africains réfléchissent à comment se départir du financement des pays de l'Union européenne, de la Banque mondiale et du FMI. Il nous faut progresser vers des modes de financement sud-sud, ou du moins réfléchir à des alternatives vis-à-vis de l'Occident. Ils prétendent que nous sommes pauvres. Pourtant, la richesse des nations réside dans leur capacité de production des biens et services et des ressources de leur sous-sol. Partant de là, nous pouvons dire que nous avons un potentiel énorme, mais malheureusement en Afrique, nous manquons très souvent de dirigeants visionnaires et courageux, capables d'impulser le développement et ainsi tirer derrière eux. Je propose ainsi, tout comme l'accord de Maputo, qui fixe à 10% la part de nos budgets nationaux consacrés au domaine de l'agriculture. Je propose donc qu'à l'issue de cette rencontre, que nous appelons les pays africains à fixer au moins à 3% la part de leur budget consacré au financement de la culture dans leur pays. Ça permettra de donner le contenu que nous voulons à notre culture. et ça pourrait être une alternative à tout ce qui vient de l'Occident, notamment à travers les telenovelas qui envahissent notre chaîne de télé et qui éduquent nos enfants, ce qui est une très mauvaise chose. Je vous remercie.
Yes, honorable members, we will take 3 more. Our resource person, Mr. Charles Kanyama, have another assignment somewhere. So we take 3 more and we will respond to those ones, and probably we will bring the discussion to a close. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Mshemeza Elijah Dickens. I'm a professor of political science and member of parliament from Uganda. I want to begin by appreciating delegations. They have made it a little bit easier for us, and you can see if our team does good job in terms of consolidation, we shall have good resolutions. I want to begin with the proposal of having a secretariat. I think this is a very good proposal, and if we can start small and have 1 or 2 full-time staff as a fulcrum to follow up actionable resolutions, that would be good for our work. We start small with some 2 full-time staff. Number 2, I would suggest in our resolutions, we recognize that we have allies and progressive forces in the Western world. And networking with such forces is value addition in our struggle, because they are really there. Those who think like us, yet they live in the Western world where some of these fun ideas are sponsored. We identify such allies and progressive forces, and we network with them. Number 3, universities are historically known to take up progressive struggles. We could have in our resolutions how we shall link up with institutions such as universities, think tanks, and civil society organizations. This will help us in dissemination and networking. And finally, the style of publishing our resolutions. I would propose we take a thematic approach. We could have a theme on sovereignty, have a theme on protection of marriage and family, have a theme on treaties. Because when you look at our communique, you know, looking for the 42 items, but if we use a thematic approach, maybe you could have a communique separate, then have resolutions in terms of themes. It would be very easy even to, like when the presenter was referring to our communique, it would have been very easy to say, on this theme, this is the most important issue. On this theme, within 5 minutes, you'd be able to present the emerging issues according to the themes. Otherwise, thank you very much. The delegation did us wonderful.
Thank you very, very much, honorable member. Yes. Let's get to the lady, then we come to another lady, and that will be the last one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Asime Florence Akiki, woman representative in the Parliament of Uganda, and also a member of Gender, Labor, and Social Development Committee of Parliament, where this subject matter falls. And therefore, I have the honor to highlight the importance of the cultural institutions. Most of African societies have various cultural institutions, and we are honored yesterday to have the Queen of Uganda, who was represented by her minister, Kotilda. So my point of emphasis is the cultural institution, because this topic is falls very well in that mandate, in their mandate. So Africa having monarchies, having cultural institutions, there is a need for our parliaments in Africa to give enough resources to these ministries where the African values and cultures are entrenched. Like in Uganda, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we should be able to see how much we can give to the cultural institutions to ensure that the African values are emphasized in different forums. For example, the radio, the Queen Mothers can still also do a lot of work. The kings can still do a lot of work. So we need to agree as Africa that have these institutions, find ways how we can use these institutions to entrench these values within the families. Because wherever we are, either we are at the wedding or these cultural functions, either it is introduction or these, they happen in our countries. We can use these for us to entrench some of these values to our children. And during vacations or like Christmas and whatever, we have clans. Actually, most of the Africans have clans. All these forums are good, where the children come and meet with their grandfathers and mothers. So, unity at different forums. Because we have similar, we tend to have similar entities, we have similar institutions that we can use to ensure that our values are not eroded. The issue of poverty has been emphasized. Yes, our children indeed are being lured to do things that they wouldn't have done, especially in schools. If parents are able to give only $5, these other guys who do things the other way can give $50. So poverty might contribute, but also when a child has been brought in such a way that however little you receive from your parent, you should appreciate that idea to always come back to that child, to remember what the parent said, that don't go with the $50, you can still have your $5 and be able to succeed. So governments of Africa should come up with those programs to have that mindset change in our children, and at the same time come up with the programs that alleviate poverty. Like the Uganda government, we have a new program that is called Parish Development Model. We are trying to skill our youth, the hands-on, so that these children have something to do, so that they can bring money in their pockets. So African governments should also try to find programs we can copy. We can have some policies to help the household level, the household to address the issue of poverty, so that our children are not lured to some of these unbecoming behavior that are eroding our culture. So unity is number one. Let us benchmark. Let us try to learn from each other and address issues that tend to bring these unbecoming behavior that in the end erode our cultural values. I submit. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity given me.
Your hands.
My name is
Okay,
Cynthia
when
Morrison.
you finish, I will give you the last slot, please.
Cynthia Morrison from
Are you
Ghana.
Dr. Maria? Matimbi, okay. So I'll give you the last slot. Yes, let's hear you.
Cynthia Morrison from Ghana. Mr. Chair, since yesterday, almost everybody who has spoken talks about God. And I believe so much in God, and I believe He's the only one who can change our situation. In our national anthem, we hear God. In our pledges, we hear God. If as a team, we are representing the people in our various countries, we should take this into prayer. This thing started from the Bible, and God condemned them. God created Adam and Eve and asked them to multiply. We as Christians coming together should also consider bringing this before God. Let us pray for our children wherever they are, and let us pray for Africa. And I believe that God is bigger than Europe, God is bigger than America, and He can intervene for us, because we can do all the resolutions. If God is not in, we will get nowhere. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pastor. Yeah, let's get the last slot for Dr. Matimbi.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to come in, but whenever I'm motivated, it's relevant, but I want to remind us that prayer without action, faith without action is dead. So we should not just talk and pray, but there must be action. Now, what provoked me to come in is this whole issue of your discussion about our cultural values, you know, our values, our African values. And you know, I'm a person who speaks the truth as it is. And as I sat here, I was saying, for me here at home here in Uganda, if I were to ask which cultural values that we still implement in this our continent, when greed was never our value, morality was at the center of our life. Now the moral degeneration that has taken place, me, I'm saying us here, I don't know about you, and the breakdown of ESCO values is the cause of all this corruption you are talking about. We are no longer the African people we used to be, where a sense of shame was very paramount. When I was growing up, I was brought up by two basic value principles by my parents. Never desire what we cannot afford for you. And they were very poor and peasant people. They couldn't afford uniform for me and school fees. But they told me, don't desire what you can't afford for you. If you desire it, other people who don't want good for you will bring it to you and it will destroy you. And the second was, never put yourself at a level you have not reached. So I grew up knowing that there are levels in society. I'm a peasant, I'm a child of a peasant. But that time, as I was growing, the higher levels were the chief, the sub-county chief, the headmasters, the teachers, the nurses. So I had to know that me, I'm a rural girl. My parents can afford this little thing, but they have given me school fees. And when I study, I can always get that for myself. And indeed, those values brought me up to the extent that for me, this greed for power, greed for materialism, greed for what is not part of my life. And I made sure that what was instilled in me, I instilled in my children. But how much of such values Do we have? For me, what drives me in this thing which you are talking about, maybe we don't want to call them the real basic godly principles. I don't like the evils they are bringing to us, because they are evil, they are demonic, they are devilish. But in terms of cultural values, when I was growing up, widows were protected. If you marry a widow in your home and the husband dies, you never threw these widows out and grabbed their property. But what do you do these days in Africa? In Uganda, you ask me, I'm always fighting for these widows, for the orphans, for all these. Now, which values you African people, culture, when you say cultural values, which values are you talking about? I'm bringing this question to you because for me, I know in Uganda here, greed, no love for neighbors. Humanity seems to have gone. We need to recorrect ourselves perhaps and talk of human values, humanity values. But otherwise, you would never see a widow thrown out, elderly. Can you imagine? You see parents, children chasing away their grandmothers and grandfathers in this country, throwing them out of their homes. They actually desire us to die so that they may get our property which we have got. If outside Uganda, if you people are aware or are all right, then I praise God for you. But me, I'm speaking the truth. My colleagues, members of parliament know that. I never rest. Children are running to me, widows are running. The humanity is just gone. They are beating a woman and they are taking social video and nobody's protecting this woman from her husband. They are all laughing and contributing to that. Now, which cultural values are you talking about? Then go back and know your values. No wonder we are being invaded and dictated upon, because if we have values protected like those Indians, you go to those Indians. They really have their own values like this. But where are ours? You are talking of getting our children, bring the grandmothers and grandfathers and they talk to them. Do they even know the language to discuss with them? Our children speak English and the grandmother speaks Chinyankore and they can't communicate with one another. Have we sat down and taught our children, don't just talk without action? We go and revisit our values and become human beings, because we are all so gone. And this is not because of those people, by the way. Those people want to introduce the other terrible bad thing. That one we must oppose and refuse and object. But then we must revisit ourselves and see what are the values that brought up African people, the unity and the love of African people. When you see in Uganda, people like me, during the vote, imagine I'm a senior citizen. How have you left me? Give me also. What shall I take? All this nonsense happening. Is that value? That is Matembe for you. I must stop here. But then you must revisit and know what type of, when you are saying our cultural values, put them forward. Where are they? Go and pick them. But let's fight the other one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Mr. Charles Kanyama to just address some of the concerns that has been raised.
Thank you very much. I'll also be quite brief. Most of the comments were well received. There were not really many questions. There was a question that was asked about African cultural systems being utilized in helping to safeguard the family. So there are just two things I wanted to say. The first is to explain that historically what happened in most of Africa is captured in two legal concepts. The first was called reception, or the reception clause, which was a legal device that brought the laws from the European countries that had colonized Africa and made them applicable in Africa. And the second was called the repugnancy clause or principle, which was used to filter the African customs because some of them were considered to be repugnant to justice and morality. So the modern legal systems we have are primarily based on Western legal developments with an addition of some African cultural institutions and practices like in areas of personal law, but that have been really degraded of their impact and the effectiveness. What is happening now in contemporary situations is that we have started recovering some of the positive elements of our culture as things that can be used in our modern legal system. And this happened because we recognize that the modern legal system, the justice systems, are not adequate, even in resolving the disputes that they are meant to resolve. We developed something called Alternative Dispute Resolution, or ADR, and now we have extended it to what we are calling Traditional Dispute Resolution Mechanisms, or TDR, TDRM. And there is a new concept that is called Alternative Justice Systems, or AJS. And these are issues that are already being written about and studied about and developed, especially here in Africa. So we can speak more about them, but there are opportunities that are available for us to implement the positive elements of our cultural systems and institutions, while also ensuring we harmonize them with the modern developments in the law that we have accepted. For example, respect for human rights, for gender issues, all those positive things that we have accepted that are part of human dignity. So that is the first thing I wanted to say. And the second, in particular, to respond to the last comment, the cultural values of Africa require a project that is ongoing for us to articulate first the philosophy of our African cultural values, and then to set out the content of what these values are. When we talk of cultural values, family values, what are they? And of course we know it is something about who we are and our traditions, but it is also about values. And because I have taught a bit about African jurisprudence, I have studied some of the literature, and the African thinkers in the last 30 years or so are reflecting much more on this topic. And I have found it very useful to make the starting point for a discussion about our philosophy as Africans in terms of our legal system, to be this idea that has been coined using a word from one of the South African languages, which is Ubuntu. And Ubuntu is a philosophical mindset that one of the speakers mentioned. I am because we are, and we are because I am. So that connection between the individual and the community. The individual side is a side where we respect human dignity. We go beyond economic value. And the community side, there are issues of reconciliation, of collaboration, and so on. So there's really a lot that is possible for us to do in the area of cultural values. And even when talking about family values, we also have to ask ourselves the same questions. What are those valuable things that we are trying to safeguard when we talk of family as a natural and basic unit of society? Things like family stability. A family is good or strong because it is stable, that it lasts for a long time, that it is a useful institution for bringing up children, for companionship of the couple, and so on. So these values are important. Once we're able to articulate them, then we will see what are those trends, modern trends, that are undermining our family and our culture. And sometimes you'll find developments in those trends, some which are positive and some which are negative. And we need to be able to distinguish so that we can reject the negative, which are the ones I call anti-values. They are not really values. They undermine the actual values. And then you have the positive values that you're trying to safeguard. And I would like to finish by saying that we need an environment of sovereignty at the level of each country and at the level of the continent for us to articulate for ourselves and determine for ourselves. That's the idea of self-determination. What are our family values? What are our cultural values? And what are the mechanisms we will use to safeguard, protect, and promote them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Honorable members, at this juncture, we'll bring the curtains down and adjourn proceedings to tomorrow. Mr. Moderator, is there any announcement that we can make before we finally adjourn the proceedings? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Right Honorable, for steering through this afternoon. It has been a tough session with so many questions, and a lot more are still coming up. Now, just an announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we talked about the COVID tests. This, we shall be able to communicate to you whether it will take place or not. We shall communicate through the heads of delegations. We shall communicate through the heads of delegation. And we are still also trying to confirm the meeting with His Excellency the President. Again, we shall be able to communicate through the heads of delegations to prepare. What's very important tomorrow is discussing the communique. And this will start at exactly 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, so that we are done by around midday. This is very important because the communique is the outcome of 3 days engagement, which has been tough with so many things that we need to take forward. So I encourage you to be here tomorrow by 9. We start our discussion with the communique. It's being assembled, and my team will be working up to around midnight to ensure that everything is done and done well, well polished, ready for you, Right Honorable speakers, deputy speakers, ministers, and members of parliament. I want to wish you the best of the evening. Back to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think we began with a prayer. If it wouldn't worry you, let's have someone to also end up with a prayer. So, anyone who's touched with the Spirit? Yes. Let me invite or call the Bishop Emeritus to give us a prayer and a benediction.
We want to thank you, Almighty God, for giving us an opportunity to interact with the facts and issues affecting our people, challenges that we've witnessed in our society. But we have not lost focus that you are the source of life to all humanity. Dismiss us with your blessings as we go to our various destinations to rest for the night, and bless us for this conference. May it bear fruits for generations today and generations to come. In your name's sake, amen.
Amen. Thank you, honorable members. And as the moderator said, we are adjourning the proceedings to tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the forum. Thank you.